여러분 안녕하십니까? 2022 평창 평화 포럼 첫 번째 경제 세션에 함께해 주신 모든 분들 진심으로 환영합니다. 저는 오늘 포럼의 진행을 맡은 아나운서 박세정입니다. 반갑습니다. 네, 바쁘신 일정에도 불구하고 함께해 주신 모든 분들께 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 그리고 온라인으로 참여해 주고 계신 국내외의 다양한 분들께도 깊은 감사의 말씀을 전해 드립니다. 자, 그럼 지금부터 2022 평창 평화 포럼 첫 번째 경제 세션을 시작하겠습니다. 이번 세션의 주제는 2024 강원 동계 청소년 올림픽을 통한 남북 관광 실현과 수익 모델입니다. 이번 토론회는 님과 그리고
We have one moderator, two speakers, and two designated panelists. Let me introduce our distinguished moderator. We have with us Professor Lee Ju-hyung of Gyeonggi University. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
안녕하세요.
Good morning.
세션에 좌장
As have been introduced, I am Lee Ju-hyung. I will be moderating this session.
소개하기 전에
Before I introduce the session itself,
두 분의
I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our two speakers and two panelists.
전체 세션을 잠깐 소개드리고
Then I will introduce our session overall, go on to our two presentations, followed by a panel discussion. Then, if time allows, we will accept questions from the floor.
먼저 연사 두 분 먼저 소개하겠습니다.
Let me introduce our speakers to you. We have our first speaker,
올림픽 지원 사업과 남북
who is going to talk about Gangwon 2024 and inter-Korean tourism, senior reporter Park Kyung-nam of the 한겨레 Media.
두 번째
And our second presenter,
평창 동
who will be talking about the PyeongChang Winter Olympics and inter-Korean tourism cooperation, we have with us Professor Shim Sang-jin of Gyeonggi University. A big round of applause, please.
그 옆에 계시는 분은
And to his left, we have our first panelist, the very well-known
널리 알려주신 짐 라
Chairman Jim Rogers of Rogers Holdings. A big round of applause, please.
마지막으로 토해주
Last but not least, we have with us from Dongseol University, Professor Lee Chul-jin. A round of applause, please.
이번 세션은
During this session,
청소년 올림픽
we will be discussing the inter-Korean hosting of Gangwon 2024, as well as the supporting programs for countries without winter sports infrastructure.
취약국가 청소년 초청
We will be planning a program to train youth from countries without winter sports infrastructure, and this could actually possibly open the way for cooperation between the two Koreas, and airway and seaway between the two Koreas, which then later can be used as inter-Korean tour routes. North Korea has finished its preparation to welcome South Korean visitors and foreign tourists to their tourism areas, and we do believe that this could open a way for inter-Korean cooperation for sustainable tourism at the DMZ. We will first invite Mr. Park Kyung-nam, senior reporter at 한겨레 Media, who will talk to us about the support programs for Gangwon 2024 as well as inter-Korean tourism. A round of applause, please.
안녕하십니까?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I am Park Kyung-man, a senior reporter at 한겨레 Media.
오늘
In my presentation today, I'm going to be discussing support programs for Gangwon 2024 and inter-Korean tourism.
14년째 DMZ 접경 지역
For 14 years, I've been covering stories regarding the DMZ and the border area. And in 2018, at 한겨레 newspaper, I had a series of articles about the border area. And at the end of last year,
지속 가능
I argued for sustainable development of the DMZ and the border area, and that was the thesis for my PhD degree.
제가 그동안에 취재를 해오고
As I said before, I've been studying the DMZ area and I've been reporting on that. So I'm going to share my experiences and my understanding with you. As the moderator already mentioned,
대주제가
the topic of the session is establishing inter-Korean tourism through Gangwon 2024, how we can utilize this important international sporting event to promote inter-Korean cooperation.
이 프로그램 여러 세션에서도 소개가 많이
This program has been introduced in many sessions already, but let me briefly go over the support program. There are many countries that do not have winter sports infrastructure, including countries in Southeast Asia and Africa. So we want to invite 250 young athletes from 50 countries and provide them with training opportunities in PyeongChang as well as Masingnyeong in northern Gangwon province.
지원 사업 훈련 장비 지원과
This support program is going to cost about $20 million, including training equipment and trainer-related costs. We have already secured funding for this program from the government and the Gangwon province, and the IOC agreed to provide support.
시작하는 것을 목표로
We are aiming to start this program starting from April this year.
지원 지난해
The support committee was established in June last year.
다음으로 이 지원 사업이
Now,
성공할 경우
if this support program becomes a success, what kinds of benefits can we get from this?
비행기나
First of all, the athletes from 50 countries will use the road, airways, and seaways to move between the two Koreas. So we have the road route from PyeongChang to Masingnyeong, and airway from Yangyang Airport to Wonsan Galma International Airport, and sea route from Sokcho Port to Wonsan Port. And if we open up these routes, these will later be utilized for tourist routes. And if this is the case, then we expect that there will be tourism facilitated between Wonsan and PyeongChang. When you look at the map, we have the southern Gangwon province and the northern Gangwon province. This is the only divided province on the Korean peninsula. The area,
약 150만
the southern province, is much larger than the northern Gangwon, but the population is similar.
이런
There was actually a precedent to this support program for Incheon Asian Games in 2014. At that time, there was the program called Vision 2014. This was a successful program.
그런 종목들을
This program aimed at promoting the recently adopted sports games for Asian Games, and at that time, this program was mainly about providing supplies and equipment. And at that time, the Incheon Mayor An Sang-soo
이 카드를 내밀어서
offered this program in his final presentation to host the Asian Games in 2014, and he was able to win this bid. And there was a similar program for PyeongChang Winter Olympic Games as well. This is actually an ongoing program to invite young athletes from countries that do not have winter sports infrastructure so that they can experience winter sports.
이런
I'd like to discuss the importance of this type of program.
문제를 극복할 수 있는
I believe that this is a program that will allow us to overcome the limitations and the constraints of the UN sanctions. And if we have this type of program, we will be able to exchange cheer groups and supporters, and these can later lead to inter-Korean tourism.
지금 앞에 와 계시는데
Here, you can see in the photo, the Governor Choi Moon-soon, he's actually here in this venue. And Governor Choi Moon-soon said that we need to build fine connections, as many connections as possible, to improve inter-Korean relations. In recent years, the governments have led inter-Korean relations, which have actually had negative impact on the inter-Korean relations. We need to utilize grassroots exchanges. And he said that Gangwon 2024 will be actually a very valuable opportunity to turn the tides around and promote inter-Korean cooperation and exchanges.
청소년 올림픽이 지원 사업이 잘
So if this 2024 Gangwon support program becomes successful, then we can utilize this format for the upcoming international sporting events, including 2029 Youth Asian Game co-hosting by Pocheon and Wonsan. And we can also win the bid for 2027 Winter Military World Games hosted by the two Koreas. And finally, the co-hosting of 2036 Summer Olympic Games. Let me tell you about the German cases. They started sports exchanges in 1951, and they attended jointly the 1956 Melbourne Olympic Games, and also in 1960 and in 1964, they attended the Olympic Games under the same flag.
530회 경기가
And there were many exchanges of supporting events. However, in 1961, the Berlin Wall was erected.
1968년 멕시코 올림픽은
And for the Mexican Olympic Games in 1968, they participated separately as separate countries.
다음에는 40
As a result, the number of sports exchanges has decreased significantly from more than hundreds to 46 in 1968 and only 10 in 1970. However, in 1969, the Billy Brandt New East policy was announced, and the basic agreement was signed in 1972, and they promoted sports exchanges, and they achieved unification in 1989. Therefore, it shows that the German history tells us that sporting exchanges is crucial, but at the same time, it is influenced by politics. Therefore, it is crucial to put together legal and institutional mechanisms to continue to support sports exchanges between the two Koreas. You can see Billy Brandt in this photo.
다음 스포츠
Let me now move on to discussing sports tourism. As you may know very well, sports tourism market has been expanding rapidly.
그냥 단순한
So nowadays, tourism is not just visiting some sightseeing scenes or some tourist attractions, but rather tourists want to engage in the local culture. And as part of that, sports tourism has become more popular.
같은 경우는
The Barcelona Football Museum is visited by so many visitors. Actually, it is number 3 in terms of the number of visitors, following the Familia Cathedral and the Kuel Park.
하나투어에서 유럽 축구 여행
Here in Korea, Hana Tour, which is a tourism agency, has been selling a Europe soccer trip to attend football games played by Son Heung-min and Tottenham.
이런 사업을 북한에 무엇을 볼 것인가? 북한에 가서
Now, if we open up tourism in North Korea, what can we do? And what is the situation over there on the northern side? During Kim Il-sung's era, they focused on heavy industries and they did not put emphasis on tourism. But during the Kim Jong-il reign, he decided to open up here and there in limited areas, and they started Kumgang mountain tourism. And now with Kim Jong-un in power,
앞세우고 있고
he is promoting tourism to attract foreign tourists, and he regards tourism as one of the key industries in North Korea. As you can see on the left-hand side, this is the Wonsan Galma district.
김정은
Chairman Kim Jong-un visited Wonsan Galma district several times, which shows that he's very interested in this area. And the Masingyong ski resort and Baekdusan mountain and Samjian resort are main tourist attractions.
가장 최근 보고서인데요.
The most recent report we can take a look to understand the tourism industry in North Korea is the Voluntary National Review of 2021, which was submitted by North Korea to the UN.
이행에 관한
This is the voluntary national review on the implementation of 2030 agenda. And here, there is mentioning of tourism in North Korea.
원산 갈마지구를에 대한
In particular, you can understand that they have huge expectations for the Wonsan Galma area. And they argue that they have developed this area into a world-class tourist attraction. And you can find this on page 14. And you can also find mentioning about tourism on page 31, including the Masikryong ski resort. But tourism only accounts for a small portion of its GDP.
39쪽에 보도
And on page 39,
관계발을 장
you can see that the North Korean government is promoting tourism development, including Kumgangsan Mountain, Myohangsang Mountain, Chilbosan Mountain, and they're promoting domestic tourism, and also they're developing and finalizing the Wonsan Galma tourist district.
강원도가
And on page 39, it says that they are putting priority on Gangwon province for tourism. So this really shows that the North Korean regime puts emphasis on developing tourism industry in Gangwon province. Now moving on to the border area between North Korea and China. On the left-hand side, this is Baekdumasan Mountain. On the right-hand side, it is the Amnokgang River. And they have introduced new visa-free tourism with China and Russia in 2010. And in 2018, more than 1.2 million Chinese tourists visited North Korea. And the train tickets between Dandung and Pyongyang were sold out really quickly.
방문했었습니다. 당시 시진핑이
And at that time, Xi Jinping said that they would increase the number of Chinese tourists to 5 million to North Korea. And if that becomes reality, then North Korea can overcome the constraints of the UN sanctions for economic revenue. And here is the border area between North Korea, China, and Russia. Since 2011, China and Russia and North Korea, there has been this connection or tripartite tourism. And there was also an international tourism route that connects between Hunchun, Rason, and Vladivostok.
이쪽 노선은 이제 청진까지
And this route can go all the way to Cheongjin, so this route has been expanding.
남북한 접경 지역
Moving on to the border area between the two Koreas, Kumgangsan Mountain and the Kaesong Industrial Park.
중단돼
In 2008, the Kumgangsan tourism was suspended. But up until then, more than 1.9 million people visited Kumgang Mountain and 110,000 people visited Kaesong. And in 2018, the Pyongyang Joint Declaration states that the two Koreas would promote tourism in Kaesong and Kumgangsan Mountain, but no progress has been made since then.
DMZ 관광이
Let's now move on to the DMZ area tourism.
DMZ가 뭐 세계 유일의 분단 현장
As you may know, DMZ is
있는데 동서
a divided area, and it is true that this is the only remaining legacy of the Cold War. Therefore, the DMZ can offer unique experiences for tourists.
매력적인
We can create this area and we can turn it into an area that offers very attractive and unique experiences, and this can become a symbol of reconciliation and coexistence.
역대 정부에서도 DMZ
In the previous administrations, there have been some initiatives and ideas to utilize the DMZ. Most recent one was proposed by President Moon Jae-in, who proposed the idea of turning the DMZ into an international peace zone. And here, we can list this area to the UNESCO jointly between the two Koreas, and we can install various UN-related organizations and peace and ecology and cultural organizations within the DMZ. And before that, Park Geun-hye administration proposed an idea of creating a peace park on the DMZ.
DMZ
So far, the DMZ has been a tourist destination for security. For instance, the underground tunnels or the observatories, these were tourist resources. and also some of the historical remnants of the Korean War were main attractions for tourists.
여기 보면 이제
But here, this is the Panmunjom.
관광객들이
On the right, you can see tourists looking at the North Korean side, and at the bottom, you can see North Korean tourists looking over to the south.
하지만 판문점 선언을
And with the Panmunjom Declaration, the demarcation line was crossed by the two leaders, and there is an expectation rising. And here on this walk bridge, there was this small talk between the leaders of the two Koreas.
인식이
Therefore, the DMZ can be now recognized as tourist resources for peace.
제가 그 두루미를
And I really like cranes.
두루미 그
So I'm not sure if you have seen cranes.
전시를 하고 있습니다.
And there's this digital exhibition where I submitted my photographs. Around the world, the wild crane population is 1,830, but more than 90% of these wild cranes come to the Korean peninsula
그래서
during the winter.
거의 8, 90% 정도
So about 80 to 90% of these endangered wild cranes come to the Korean peninsula.
한반도에서
And they would come down to the Korean peninsula around October, and they stay there for about 6 months, and they leave in March.
세계적으로도
And Cheolwon, Yeoncheon, and Paju, these areas are where you can find large groups of cranes. And the DMZ is the only area where you can find not only just regular cranes, but also white-naped cranes.
까지 248km
As you may know,
북쪽으로 2km
we have 280 kilometers of the line, and there are 4 kilometers wide.
서쪽으로 경기도 쪽
On the left-hand side, to the west, we have the plains,
서식하고 있습니다.
where you can find a lot of birds. And on the right, or to the east, there are many mountains, so you can find rare animals. The DMZ area only account for 1.1% of the total territory, but they account for 16% of the biology, and there is a high biodiversity.
어,
The UNESCO Biosphere Preservation Area has been designated for this DMZ area, especially Yeoncheon and the Gangwon province border area. These have been designated as UNESCO Biosphere Preservation Area. And
유네스코 생물권 보존지구로 지정이 돼 있어.
and also we have the Seolak Mountain
이때는
designated for biosphere protection.
지정
So all in all, many parts of Gangwon province are covered.
기반이 마련돼 있다고 봤습니다.
So we do have already a foundation for sustainable DMZ tourism. When you look at this Korean Peninsula new economy map, the DMZ area is designated as tourist belt.
금강산, 설악
We have the mountains, including Seolak Mountain and Kumgangsan, and we also have the border area. So there's this horizontal and vertical lines connecting. And we can further participate and promote tripartite tourist destinations together with China and Russia. In order to ensure that DMZ tourism becomes sustainable, we need to continue to develop tourist contents and tourist attractions, and we need the participation of the local communities to make sure that there will be revenue going back to the residents.
일관성 있게
We need to put together a plan to develop and preserve the DMZ area for tourism and also for bioprotection.
지금 보고 계신 사진은
The photo that you see here is really well known. This is called the Grüneswand in Germany.
원래 논의를 했었는데
There was discussion about this idea before the unification, but there was sudden unification. And after unification, a environmental group called Wundt
펼쳐가지고
carried out this project in Germany to create this green belt
과거의 그런 분단
that signifies the history of division, and they turned this area into a biological green ecological area where a lot of tourists will visit here. They will take a long walk, they will ride a bicycle, and this has become a symbol of unification and peace.
독일 그린에스반트
I believe that we can benchmark Grüneswand in Germany to turn our DMZ into a sustainable tourist attraction for peace and for ecology. And we can turn the borderline for Cold War into an area for peace and life. Thank you for your attention.
예,
So this was the first presentation by Park Kyung-man.
DMZ 협력에 관련된
He discussed
결론이었던 것 같아요.
the inter-Korean cooperation for tourism. I believe that was his conclusion because the DMZ area is actually already designated as UNESCO Biosphere Protection Area, and
공간으로
we can utilize the DMZ as a place for peace and ecology.
잠깐 우리 첫 번째 발제를 해주신
Now,
위원장님을 제가
I would like to introduce our first speaker once again. He is a journalist, but he's also an expert ecologist. And I can even say that he's a DMZ expert.
지속 가능한
And recently, he's been studying the DMZ and its utilization for ecology, and he earned a PhD at his this late age. Thank you, and it was a great work.
모두 듣고
We are going to have a panel discussion after the second presentation is over.
The second presentation is titled PyeongChang Winter Olympics and Inter-Korean Tourism Cooperation, and it will be presented by Professor Shim Sang-jin. We look forward to your presentation.
타이머를 좀 세팅을 해놓고
I will set my timer so that I keep within the time. Good morning. It is a very cold morning, but despite the cold weather, thank you very much for joining us today. I have been asked to talk about inter-Korean tourism and revenue models for inter-Korean tourism. And so, since many people are talking about sports in other sessions, I would like to concentrate on tourism. And because I'm going to talk about revenue models, I'm going to give you a lot of numbers, but due to the time constraint, I will try to keep it as short as possible. Let me jump to the conclusion. Inter-Korean sports cooperation and inter-Korean tourism cooperation is not a choice, it is a must. In order for the Republic of Korea to survive, in order for North Korea to survive, in order for the Korean Peninsula to survive, this is our only choice. As Mr. Park has mentioned in his presentation, we need to connect land, sea, and air, and we need to have exchanges between the two Koreas. And these exchanges will become sports exchanges and tourism exchanges, which will then lead to the development of both Koreas. So these are the four topics that I will be covering. Well, as you're well aware, the inter-Korean issue is the fundamental issue on the Korean Peninsula. We need to create peace, maintain peace. We need to have exchanges. We need to solve the issue of separated families. And that actually lays down the foundation for unification. Everyone here today wishes for this.
우리는 물리적 분단만 생각하지만은
We always think about physical separation, but separation in itself not only physically separates land, but it also separates people, families, and communities. It also separates our thoughts, our views of the world, and our personalities.
해야 될 텐데
We need to reconnect with North Korea. But as you can see on the very bottom, North Korea is now a very unfamiliar country to us. Let me give you one quiz question. Cut out in this area. If we translate that to South Korean, it means to cut out a certain part. But if we translate this into North Korean language, it means this part has to be axed out. And so the language is becoming very different. And so we need to have this understanding in order to understand North Korea. Here you can see the translation in the North Korean language. So we're talking about economy in this session. So let me start with economy. Last November, this was reported on YTN. We can see that South Korea has reached the 10th largest economy and 8th largest trade volume. And according to ADB, this is the prospect for South Korea in the future. But even if our economy continues to develop, our peace index keeps us at rank 48. Let's see who's near us.
라오스,
Laos,
세르비아,
Serbia,
그 다음에는 잘
and
쓰고도 못하던 나라들입니다.
countries that we've not even heard of.
그걸 보시면
And you can see that Japan, their economy is 3 times as large as our economy, and they are ranked 9th in terms of the peace index. Our ranking fell to 57 in 2021. North Korea is at 151. Look at the countries surrounding us. Our economy continues to develop, but if our peace index remains here, we cannot enjoy the fruits of our development.
타임지에
When Trump stepped into office, on the Times cover, there was this title, The Twins. It's because they're quite similar.
여러분들 보면은 오른쪽 사진
On the right side, you can see that this is how Trump will age, and this is also how Kim Jong-un will age. So they actually have good chemistry, and so they could have used that good chemistry, but they didn't. So right after Trump took office, what happened? This was before the PyeongChang Winter Olympics. Tension was heightening on the Korean peninsula.
한 번도 본 적이 없는
President Trump said North Korea will be met with fire and fury. At the UN, his speech, he said, if we are forced to defend ourselves or our allies, we have no choice but to totally destroy North Korea. That's what Trump said in the UN. And if we take a look at the Ukraine situation, you know what a big influence this had on South Korea. If there was a war that broke out on the Korean peninsula, the direct damage would not be on the US, but on South Korea. I will not use this video because of the time constraint. This video talks about how Trump was prepared to attack North Korea. But sports played an effective role in bringing reconciliation between the two Koreas. And during the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics, we were able to open the 3 Inter-Korean Summit, the 2 DPRK US Summit, and we were also able to participate as a single team at the 2018 Jakarta Asian Games. I also participated in PyeongChang and also in Jakarta.
감동적인
It was quite moving because the
상사 주재원들과 그
employees and the family members of the North Korean embassy in Jakarta joined the South Koreans to cheer our single team. But after that, you can see that we did have a series of very hopeful events. But
모멘텀이
all of this good momentum did not continue. Take a good look.
2018
In 2018, during the PyeongChang Winter Olympics, there was 0 missile launches. This year, we already have 7.
11발을 쏘았는데요.
They actually had 7 in the first 2 months of this year. Do we need to continue our dialogue with North Korea when North Korea is doing this? Is peace possible between the two Koreas? Well, Nelson Mandela already gave us the answer. It always seems impossible until it's done.
정경회장의 버전으로
And President Chung Ju-yong had said, "Hey, have you tried this before?" That's what the former chairman of Hyundai Motors said. So,
그 역할을
what makes the impossible possible? Sports and tourism, I believe, can make the impossible possible, based on what I have experienced already.
신경을 쓰고 있는 나라에 대해
Why is North Korea interested in tourism? On the Korean peninsula, we always talk about the inter-Korean relations, creating jobs, our economy, overcoming the Korean discount.
관광 활성화로 해결.
And can we solve all of this through inter-Korean tourism? Many researchers believe yes, we can find a solution through tourism. And tourism is the world's 3rd largest export category above automotive products.
유엔에서는 이미 1960
And already in 1967, UN has mentioned that tourism is a driver of peace.
as a driver of peace.
The World Tourism Organization has mentioned that tourism indeed propels economic development,
무역도 촉진,
and it could also drive trade, encourages investment, and it also helps develop infrastructure and services. That's what tourism can do. And if we take a look at academic papers,
가져오냐 하는 연구들을
does tourism actually lead to peace?
개국을 대상으로 한 건데
According to research of 126 countries,
러시아 케이스를 가져왔습니다.
I want to use a data from Russia. The higher the number of tourists, the lower the possibility of war.
코로나가 없어서
If we did not have COVID-19, and if there were tourists going back and forth between Ukraine and Russia, and if we were able to visit Moscow or Vladivostok as tourists, I believe that the current situation would not be ongoing. And there are other academic papers verifying the original papers. Does tourism really lead to peace? This
데이터베이스를 가지고 있어요.
paper is based on 111 different countries, and it shows that there is a direct correlations. Peace through tourism, it says peace tourism intends to reduce root causes that create situations where violence has been perceived as inevitable. So it actually reduces root causes of violence.
또 하나는 그 우리 통계청 자료인데요.
And this is from the Korean Statistical Office.
가장 하고 싶은 것이
7 out of 10 adults have a bucket list, and on the bucket list you can see getting married, buying a home, and they're in somewhere around the 30% range, but travel has 70%. So, on the top of the bucket list for Korean adults is traveling. And according to Professor Shin In-chul of Seoul National University, who analyzed 500 data points, what gives joy and meaning to life of people? Of course, you can date, or you can go to church, you can eat, you can take care of your children,
요리하고
you can cook, you can volunteer, you can do all of these things. But you can see travel is at the top right corner. So travel gives the most joy and meaning to people's lives. And when people are asked, what do you want to do after COVID-19? Everyone said travel. What is important here
표시되어 있는 숫자
is that the number in the box
관광 산업이
shows the percentage of the GDP in tourism. In Saudi Arabia, they have a large oil industry, but after they run out of oil, they want to live off tourism. This is the same for China. 10.9% of their GDP. The Israel-Palestine conflict area, I've been to Jordan, and I could see that the soldiers, they're holding their guns, but they're also looking at their smartphones because there's a lot of tourists there. In Israel, they have a great soft industry, they have a great fourth industrial revolution going on, but still they're very much interested in tourism. In Japan, it's 7.5%. University students in Japan, they want to be hired by tourism agencies. And even now, I wanted to ask, even with COVID-19, well, I heard that even now the university students want to be employed by tourism agencies. That's how important tourism is in all countries around the world. What about North Korea? Mr. Park gave us a lot of examples in his presentation. Well, Kim Jong-un studied in Switzerland, and he's determined to feed the people of North Korea through tourism. He's developing Wonsan and Kumgangsan as an international MICE center. And in his New Year's speech of 2019, he has mentioned this. And not only Kim Jong-un, but his father,
2008년부터 꾸준하게
since 2008, has continued to emphasize tourism.
자기네들 나름대로
And so they have a lot of plans.
크루즈를 통해서
And what they want to do is to invite South Korean tourists to North Korea on cruises.
쪽 신문에서
And in the North Korean papers, there are many articles on tourism. Particularly recently, there are more articles.
북한 대사가 직접 발표를 한
And the North Korean ambassador to the US has mentioned various things. And for the first time, he opened information about tourism. Well, you can see that it's only 2.8%. Well, the advanced countries, they have 7 to 9%, but in Korea, we only have 2.8%. And in North Korea, they have a non-existent tourism industry.
제출한 것을 보면
And according to what North Korea has submitted to the UN, in order to facilitate the development of tourism, they have different government bodies, and they are completely concentrating on developing their tourism industry.
강원 프로빈스를 컨버티드
What they want to do is convert the Gangwon province into a tourist area. And they want to make sure that Gangwon province can live off tourism, just like the Gangwon province of South Korea is imagining. Here you can see the ski slopes of Masinyeong and also Yongpyeong, so one in North Korea and one in South Korea. So you can see that they are concentrating on tourism. And in the past, this was an area for military exercises, but this is what's happening. I do have a lot of pictures, but I will skip through them. And I actually got this off Google, and the coast in Galma is 6.5 kilometers, and the coast in Haeundae, which is a well-known beach in Korea, is 2 kilometers. So the Galma coastal area is very long. And if we take a look at the airport, they want to connect Wonsan and Kumgangsan. So the tourists of South Korea can go to Kumgangsan, and they can be brought up to Wonsan using this route, and then the international tourists coming to Wonsan can be brought down to Kumgangsan using this route. And if we take a look at scholars studying North Korea, there's a lot of papers on tourism. In the past, there were no papers on tourism, but now we see a lot of papers on tourism. And you can see that the titles makes us confused. It actually confuses us to think about whether this is written by South Korean scholars or North Korean scholars, but in fact this list is from North Korean scholars. And on January 1st of 2022 this year, a professor at Kim Il-sung University actually wrote a paper on tourism. This includes a plan on how they're going to develop their tourism. And on the bottom, you can see that Chairman Kim Jong-un has emphasized the development of tourism assets on numerous occasions, and that is why an economy major at the University of Kim Il-sung University is now studying tourism. So this is something that the two Koreas should work on together. If we take a look at the plan of North Korea, they hope to invite 1 to 1.2 million people to Wonsan every year. But Air Koryo only has 5 to 9 flights per week, which means that they can only fly 100,000 people per year. So that's where we need to step in. The Telegraph actually had a very bold title. The world's busiest air route? You'll never guess.
가장 바쁘게 움직이는
So, what is the world's busiest air route? You will never guess. That was a title. And the answer is the route between Gimpo in Seoul and Jeju Island. That is the busiest route in the world. And this is the number for this year, according to Kappa. This is a center for aviation.
제주하고 서울이
So the route connecting Seoul and Jeju, that was the busiest route. What is quite amazing is that even under COVID-19, these figures continued. That is how busy this route is.
저가 항
Korean Air and many low-cost carriers are flying this route.
왔다 갔다 하고 있는 거예요.
15 million people fly from Seoul to Jeju every year.
관심을 둬야 되고 싶어요.
So we need to focus on Vladivostok.
한국에서 떠나는 비행기가
And there are 40 flights flying from Korea to Vladivostok. This can actually fly 350,000 people per year.
인원이 관광 인원이
We can see that in just 5 years, the number of tourists going to Vladivostok grew by fivefold. If we open Wonsan, we believe that tourism will rocket to Wonsan. So here are the details.
얼마나 촘촘한
You can see that there are watertight UN sanctions against North Korea, but sports and tourism is not included. So that is where we need to work on. So here is the expected revenues from tourism, and here are a lot of details. So in a nutshell, once North Korea opens,
북한에서는
they will be able to earn $175 million just from South Korean tourists going to North Korea.
북한까지 가게 되면
So if we have 1.17 million tourists going there, that's how much they will earn. And if they make a peaceful atmosphere, then this number can skyrocket to $350 million for North Korea. But we also need to take into consideration the US sanctions and the UN sanctions.
미국에서 북한을
In the US,
경제 제재를 하기 시작한 것이 이 법안입니다.
this law started off all of the sanctions, and it was a bipartisan support, 419 for the sanction and only 11 against the sanction. And I actually looked up this law.
그렇지만은 우리가 그 하원을 욕만 할 수가 없는
Well, we cannot blame them because even with all of the sanctions,
생션을 보면은
if we take a look at sanction number 826,
괜히 하는 것을 또 법안을 붙여
Divided Families Reunification Act was included, and 100 people actually agreed with this law. So even with all of these sanctions, the US believes that divided families should be reunited. We need to focus on these points. So in order for Chairman Kim to get what he wants, we need peace on the Korean Peninsula and we need inter-Korean cooperation. And that is the same for South Korea as well. We need peaceful coexistence with North Korea. So we are at an economy session. So I brought these figures.
IMF 때 시작을 했어요.
Well, the Kumgangsan tourism started during the economic crisis of 97. And with improvements in the inter-Korean
굉장히 떨어져.
relations, the spread for loans actually dropped. And that is a very
자, 우리 외채 중에
detailed economic effect.
$100 거기서
We have a foreign loan about $600 million. And if we become someone like Ukraine,
스프레드
and if that causes the spread to go up by 0.01% point, then that actually will mean that we will have to spend $6 billion more on interest. But if we can spend that on peace, then we can actually bring the spread down for our loans. Many people worry about Russia.
이자율에서 9.7
They actually had an interest rate that spiked to 9.7% from 7.5%. This actually could happen to us.
절하되는
The ruble was depreciated for a long time,
5년
and if we compare the won to ruble, we can see that we show quite similar trends.
우리가 러시아
So we should not be worrying about Russia at this point in time.
노스코리아 디스카운트가 왜
The North Korea discount does exist. Why?
그 환율하고 그런 걸 비율을
Because we need to compare our situation with Russia. So we have the 10th largest economy, but Russia is 11th.
러시아가 우리보다
In 2009, Russia was one step ahead of us. So our economic volume is quite similar with Russia. And we can see Russia's ruble being depreciated, and so is won being depreciated. Here's a great report from Goldman Sachs.
보도가
But this is not reported all that often. In 2010, the chairman of Goldman Sachs issued a report. He said Korea will be among the world's top 10 countries between 2010 and 2019. That was actually very accurate. But if we look at the purchase power,
인도네시아
in the next 3 decades, Korea will not enjoy those lofty status. We will be behind Indonesia, the Philippines, and even Nigeria in 2050. That is quite a shocking prediction.
필리핀과 인도네시아
And we will actually be behind Turkey, Indonesia, and India. We will fall behind these countries.
자, 앞에서 말씀드렸지만 우리 관광 산업이
Well, our tourism industry
규모에서는 굉장히 떨어지죠. 140
is very small. So of the 140 countries, our competitive power is number 16, but tourism is only at the bottom. It's a 51. And so it's actually a field that we have room for improvement in. And North Korea really wants to develop their tourism. And it is not under the UN sanction. And
회사에 따라서
we do not need taxpayers' money because individuals will pay for their own tours to North Korea.
전 세계 관광 경쟁
Spain has the number 1 tourism competitive power in the world. But Spain envies
전체 합쳐봐야 인구가
this country.
밖에 안 되고
Well, across Europe, there's 440 million people living there. And
그런데도 스페인은
across Europe, there are
2019년에
83 million visitors coming to Spain, and we actually have 17 million coming to Spain. And we only have 2.8% of our GDP created from tourism. But in Spain, it's almost 15%. But Spain still envies one country. Spain envies Korea
하고 일본
because
월드 GDP를 보면은
if we take a look at the world GDP of China and Japan, it's 20 times the GDP of Korea. And if we take a look at the population, they have 30 times more people living in China and Japan compared to Korea. And the only country in the world that can connect China and Japan is South Korea and North Korea. So Spain envies us. If we do not reconnect with North Korea, we're basically an island. Are we going to remain an island? Please read this book.
정말 남북 경협을 해서
We need to think about the benefits of inter-Korean economic cooperation. We benefit more compared to North Korea. Well, we are always disappointed. We had 3 inter-Korean summits, we had 2 USDPRK summits, but it didn't work out. But you need to think about this.
실망하지 말자는 얘기죠.
Better and bad, and at the same time, we need to think about what we will do from here. It took us 32 years to change from 110-volt electricity to 220-volt electricity.
금방 될까요?
But that's how systems take a long time to change. And so, we need to continue consistently with sports exchanges and tourism exchanges,
남북 관계를 개선하는데
and inter-Korean sports cooperation will become a leverage for inter-Korean relations.
성의를 보이면은
And if North Korea reaches out, then they can actually earn $350 million from tourism. Well, they actually had less than $300 million in exports from the whole country in the whole year, from everything. And so that is why they're so focused on tourism. If sports exchanges go well, tourism will develop, and they will create a virtuous cycle of sports and tourism. And we do not have to invest taxpayers' money.
각자 가면은 됩니다.
We now need to travel as individuals. What kind of a Korean peninsula do we want to leave for our children?
2050년
Do we want to leave a Korean peninsula that falls behind the Philippines, Nigeria, and Indonesia, as the chairman of Goldman Sachs has predicted in 2050? Or do we want to leave our children with a more developed country? We have North Korea and South Korea on the Korean peninsula. We are in it together, but together we can become stronger. Sports exchanges and tourism projects is a small window for unification. Let us make sure that we do not close this window. Let us all gather our wisdom to keep this window open. Thank you very much.
예, 발제 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you for your presentation.
남북 관광이
Inter-Korean tourism is not an option, it is a must.
100% 동의합니다.
I completely agree with that statement.
심상진 교수님은
Professor Shim
그룹의 아산에 오래 근무하셨어요.
worked at the Hyundai Group for a very long time, and
산 증인이
he is the living witness to the Kumgangsan tourism project. And after leaving Hyundai, he has become a professor, and he continues to write academic papers on inter-Korean tourism. Thank you very much.
지금 그 오늘
Now we have two designated panel members. The first one is Jim Rogers. Before I introduced him, I thought about this. Why did we or the organizers decide to invite Jim Rogers for this session? I think there are two reasons. First of all, Chairman Rogers has been talking about the very positive and optimistic outlook for the Korean Peninsula when we do not have the division any longer, because this will lead to alleviation of tensions, military tensions, and we can save on military spending when the division is over and when we're united. And if we use that money to invest in education and economy, then the two Koreas can prosper and the benefits will be maximal. I think that is why what Rogers has been arguing. That is the first reason. And the second reason is that, as far as I know, Jim Rogers, he likes to travel around the world, and he recommended his daughter to go to a college far, far away from home, because it is important to travel around and deepen your understanding. And traveling and tourism is indeed very educational. And I believe that is why he has been invited to the session, because he has full of insights and he has extensive understanding about the world and also about the Korean Peninsula. So let me now invite Chairman Rogers to comment on the two presentations.
Sorry, thank you very much. I'm not sure why I was invited either. I've been to North Korea twice. It may have something to do with it. But it's now illegal for Americans to go to North Korea, not because of North Korea, but because of America. It's illegal for South Koreans to go. It's illegal for Japanese to go. These are countries which would probably send a lot of people to North Korea if our own countries didn't close it off. But we've talked about inter-Korean tourism. I would just like to talk about international tourism for a moment. If you look at the world tourism map, Korea, Hanbando, has never been on the world tourism map for historical reasons, war, Japan, North Korea, etc. But when we open the 30th parallel, when the DMZ is open, there is going to be a gigantic boom in Korean tourism, because nobody's ever been here. Nobody has ever come for many reasons. But once it's open, Korea is going to be probably the most exciting tourism place in the world. Many people want to come and say, what is it? What is North Korea? What is South Korea? Because nobody's ever been here, nobody's ever thought about it. But I assure you, when they come, they're going to see lots of natural sites, man-made sites, temples, many, many things that will interest people. Food. Many people like Korean food. I'm not keen on Korean food, but a lot of people love Korean food. So Hanbando is going to be unbelievably exciting tourism destination for international tourists once you get rid of the 38th parallel. So I urge you, that's a different discussion, but as far as I can see, this will be the single most exciting tourism destination in the world once it's possible for international tourists to come. You do have to change some things. As you know, Korea was historically called the Hermit Kingdom because you closed off, you didn't like foreigners. You still don't particularly like foreigners. I mean, if I go to the ATM machine here and use my international credit card, even though the ATM machine says international credit, I cannot use it. A major international bank, and I cannot use the credit card at a Korean ATM. Likewise at Incheon Airport. So you do have to make more changes in your own mentality and open up more to the world. But once the DMZ is gone, this is going to be the single most exciting tourism place in the world. And all of the people involved in tourism are going to be very rich.
예, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much.
대장님께서 여기 말고도
Well, Chairman Rogers had numerous interviews,
38선이 없다면
and on his interviews, he always talked about if the 38th parallel would open, there would be a very hopeful future for the Korean Peninsula. Next, we will be inviting
교수님은 동서대학
Professor Lee Chul-jin of Dongso University. Professor,
네, 반갑습니다. 동서대학교
pleased to meet you. I am Lee Chul-jin of Dongso University.
평화 포럼을
So we are here at the PyeongChang Peace Forum, and thank you very much for this invitation. It's a great honor for me to join the forum,
글로벌
and it is a great honor for me to sit next to Chairman Jim Rogers. I feel like I can't breathe. I'm so honored to be sitting next to you.
말씀들을 잘 드릴 수 있을지
I am worried about what I have, if what I have to say is sufficient. Well, we can see that we had two great presentations,
이 부분에 대해서 제가 조금 첨언
and I would like to try and add to the presentations.
핵심 콘텐츠는
In the end, the core content of what the two Koreas can do together is tourism. And sports can actually facilitate the development of tourism.
우리 도지사님께도
And thank you to the governor for always making these contributions. So for the two Koreas to become one in tourism
투어라고 하는
is not limited just to domestic tourism, but we can also open the market to global inbound tourism. So I do believe that there are great opportunities. We talked about the DMZ during the first presentation, and many people are also interested in dark tourism. For example, tourism to areas that used to have wars in the past, for education. So many people are interested in dark tourism these days. And if we could connect our tourism belt to Wonsan of North Korea, it could be used as a tourism route in the beginning, but then it could become a route for cultural exchanges in the future. And I can relate to the presentations concerning these points. But as a panelist, I would like to share my concerns.
제가 그대로 받아들여질 수 있는가에 대한
I worry about until when can these topics be accepted. So we are worried about unification and we want to lead tourism, but this is all being done by the older generations, those who have heard from those who have experienced the Korean War. But times are changing.
MG 세대라고
We have the Gen MZs.
우리가 이렇게 준비하고
And so we are preparing for unification and tourism, but will the MZs be able to relate to these topics? I think we have to worry about this. From that perspective, I think a good answer would be an approach using sports. And so that's why sports is a great opportunity.
이야기를 해보면
If we are to talk about different generations, well, Professor Shim in his presentation talked about what kind of a Korean peninsula do we want to leave our children.
제게 느껴지더라고요. 근데 이러한 부분이
But concerning this point,
이게 올바른 방향인가에 대한
we have to think about what is the right direction for the next generations. The MZs, as you're well aware, they are not interested in the political ideologies. And they are actually free from these political paradigms. And because they are free from political paradigms, they don't think of North Korea as a country that we need to engage to achieve unification. They don't have these grand goals.
수 있는 형제의
But they may view North Korea as a close neighbor, a partner that we may work with for our future. But there are more MZs that believe, why do we have to share what we have with North Korea?
기성세대라고 하는 우리가
And so the older generation
이런 내용들을 알고 있는
who are aware of what happened on the Korean Peninsula should be shared with the MZs. And we need to find a platform for the MZs of the two Koreas to find common ground. And I believe that that's a new culture that the MZs can create. We shouldn't be creating our culture and asking the MZs to participate, but rather we need to leave it up to the MZs to create their own culture. And so we need to create a platform to enable the MZs to create their own culture.
무엇을 해가 아니라
We shouldn't be saying, this is what you have to do, but we should be saying, we're going to leave it up to you to create something new. The culture of the two Koreas can be created by you. So that is what we should be saying to the MZs.
사실은 너무 긴장되는 자리라 제가 무슨
Well, I feel quite nervous, so I don't even know what I'm saying.
마지막으로 토론의 그 후말비에
And
부분과 또 어렵게
rounding up the panel,
여쭤본
I do have questions for the presenters and Chairman Rogers.
기자님
My first question goes to Mr. Park.
되게 좋은 개발
Well, thank you very much for talking about the DMZ. When we think about peace, security, and ecotourism, these are very important keywords.
나라의 관광에
And DMZ will indeed become an important part of tourism. But what do we need to prepare now to make sure that tourism is at the center of tourism? DMZ is at the center of tourism. My next question goes to Professor Shim. You talked about economic cooperation between the two Koreas. Many people are concerned
그 정치적인
about the political situation of North Korea. For example, terrorism or aggravations and UN sanctions.
잘 끌어안고 갈 수 있는 혹은
So,
예상되는 어떤
what do you believe are some roadblocks in engaging with North Korea?
어렵게 뵙게 되는데
My question goes to Chairman Rogers because it's not a common chance that we get to meet him in person. So, North Korea, from an investment perspective, many people say that North Korea is a lottery ticket that hasn't been scratched yet. So that's how much potential North Korea has. Do you agree with this viewpoint? What are some of the investment value of North Korea? What is their identity in terms of investment value? We look forward to your precious opinions. Thank you very much.
그러면
Okay, so in the order of the questions, or should Jim go first?
아 그래요? 예.
Okay, then I'm going to invite reporter Park. The question to Dr. Park was about the priority preparations. What do we need to prepare now for tourism in North Korea.
아마도 지금 당장 DMZ
In my understanding, I do not think that we can make a DMZ an international tourist attraction now because it is under the authority of the UN commander. So even if you are, let's say, head of state or minister of defense, you cannot enter the DMZ without the permission from the UN command.
의원단이 고성
And recently, there was an attempt to visit Gosong for sporters, but there was no permission. And then that was in 2018, and there was this plan to visit the Daesungdong village inside the DMZ, visited by the Minister of Unification, but it was not allowed by the UN commander.
북한을 관광하는 계획
Therefore,
검토를 하고 추진을 했었는데
even though the government wanted to pursue a program where individuals could visit or travel the DMZ, this initiative was not approved by the UN.
라고 지금 하고 있습니다.
So these are the situations right now.
미국이죠.
Indeed, the UN command is practically controlled by the US. But as you may know, the Armistice Treaty was signed by the UN command.
관광은 여전히
So as long as the Armistice Agreement is in place, there may be a lot of constraints and limitations. And that is why we need to really work hard to turn this Armistice Treaty into a peace treaty.
연합사령관과 유엔군
And the UN commander is actually the chief commander of the US forces in Korea, the combined forces.
강화를 하려고
And the US wishes to expand its influence on the Korean peninsula, especially in South Korea, to keep China in check. So there are these efforts made by the US. Therefore, given these situations,
하지 않은
unless we successfully change an armistice treaty into a peace treaty, we won't be able to pursue our goal right now, but we still need to make preparations. We may not be able to do much in the northern side of the DMZ border area, but there's a lot more we can do on the southern part of the DMZ. There's a lot of pressure for development
수도권과 가까운
in the areas such as Paju and Gimpo and Yeoncheon. They are closer to the metropolitan area, so there's a lot of pressure and demand for development. And there are plans under review for construction, road construction, and other development.
논습지를 매립해서
And also there are some projects going on to convert unused lands into land sites for livestock and photovoltaic power generation and other economic activities. So there has been ongoing destruction of these areas around the metropolitan area. But I believe that we need to pursue peace tourism and ecotourism in the DMZ area,
거의 한반도에서 유일한 공간이
because the DMZ area is the only area where we can promote peace and ecology at the same time.
볼 것도 없다라고 하는 사람들도
Some may say that there's nothing much to see or experience in the DMZ. Therefore, I think that we need to develop tourist content and attractions, and we need to develop tourist programs to increase the attractiveness of the DMZ area for tourists. In Paju, you can go to Imjingak. This is a place where you can observe North Korea, and there are a lot of festivals at the Imjingak, but
전혀
the surrounding villages and the residents are not really interested in these festivals because these festivals and tour programs do not benefit the local residents directly. I think we need to make sure that the benefits of such tourism will be shared by the local residents as well. Thank you.
제가 어제
Well, yesterday
세션 하나를 들어갔었어요.
I participated on the session on Korean Peninsula peace and Gangwon province. And a similar question was raised related to the management of the DMZ area.
평화체제로 전환되어야만
Well, we need to first have a peace regime in order to well manage the DMZ. If we approach it with this perspective, then it will take a long time.
전환하는데 굉장히
Currently, there are many difficulties in establishing a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula.
관리권 회수에 대한
And so, we need to first focus on
우선 인식
getting back our rights to manage the DMZ area. So we need to share information related to this, and we need to have programs to advocate for this, and we need to have seminars to build consensus. And so after we do the consensus building, we need to work with the UN because the UN has to make that decision.
한다든가 해서
We can petition or we could do other areas so that we can win back the right to manage the DMZ.
기자님 얘기했던 그
Mr. Park, he talked about ways to peacefully utilize the DMZ area, and so we need to work from that approach. Why don't we now go to Professor Shim for the answer? Well, I think there are two questions in that question. First, about the MZs, their thoughts on North Korea. Well, the MZs, they're very important because the MZs will be our future. And they have no understanding of North Korea. They have not been given opportunity to learn about North Korea. And according to statistics, during the times of Mount Kumgang, those who had negative aspects about North Korea, once they visited Mount Kumgang, 70 to 80% of them changed their mind and had positive thoughts about North Korea. They could see that North Korea was a partner that we have to work with. Of course, there are some people who had even more negative thoughts after traveling to North Korea, but 70 to 80% changed their mind. The MZs, they are very wise. And so, if they are given opportunities to travel to North Korea, they will go and see for themselves and make up their own minds. I don't think we should force an answer upon them. The MZs should be given an opportunity to go and see for themselves, and that opportunity should be created by the older generations. You talked about UN sanctions. We have to think about how to work with these sanctions. Under the UN sanctions, tourism is not included. But how do the sanctions work? For example, ships, the airplanes that go to North Korea, they are banned from using in 6 months. So once a ship goes to North Korea, then they are banned from going to the US for 6 months. That would be a big influence on Korean Air or Asiana Air. But there's also Fly Gangwon, a low-cost carrier in Gangwon province. But Fly Gangwon will never fly to the US, and so the sanctions will not be applied to them. And we can actually walk across to North Korea. Of course, there are issues with the DMZ, but it's possible. So if we have the will, then we can find solutions.
그 거대한 나라에서
South Korea
저가 항공회사보다
has more LCCs compared to the whole of the US. And we also have the busiest route in the world. So Fly Gangwon can fly back and forth between the two Koreas. And if a North Korea ship would come from Wonsan to Kumgang to Sokcho, that's okay because North Korean ships cannot go to the US anyway. And as I have presented in my presentation, there is one precondition by North Korea. They should not threaten their neighbors with weapons. They should not arrest tourists. If they do not do these two things, they can open $350 million for inter-Korean tourism, and this can grow by twofold if we have international tourism. We only have 2.8% of our GDP, which is made up of tourism. This can grow to 10% with tourism that opens with North Korea. Well, according to the UN statistics, tourism is a bigger industry compared to automotive products. We need to keep this in mind. Thank you very much.
아까 그
Thank you.
로저스 프레지던트께 여쭤본 게
So the question to Chairman Rogers was benefits of investing in North Korea, right? Then, Mr. Rogers, I would like to add one more question to you.
북한 채권을 갖고 계십니다.
Do you hold any bonds issued by North Korea? If it's not a business secret, I wonder if you have any exposure to North Korean fixed income.
To answer your question first, no, I do not own any North Korean bonds. First of all, I'm an American, so it would be illegal for me to, and I cannot find those bonds. I know that they used to exist, and they used to trade, but if they're out there, they're very few now, and I cannot, I would like to buy them. I would like to buy them, but I'm an American citizen, so I'm not allowed to buy them if I could find them. But back to some other questions. You mentioned before that the young people in Korea, South Korea, do not want to share with North Korea. Let me tell you, there's nothing to share. North Korea spends staggering amounts of money on defense. South Korea spends billions of dollars on defense. If you didn't have to spend money on guns and tanks and bullets, there would be billions and billions and billions of dollars that you could spend on other things. So the young people don't have to share with North Korea. They're going to have a lot more money. They can build highways, hospitals, factories, discos, whatever they want to spend the money on. So stop worrying about sharing with North Korea. You're going to have a lot of money, and they're going to have a lot of money to spend on other things. Now, you ask about the blockages to all this. I want to tell you that Russia's for this, China's for this, North Korea is for this, many people in South Korea are for this, Japan is against it. Japan knows they cannot compete with an open Korea peninsula, so they want to stop it, but they cannot stop it as hard as they try. The only problem is the U.S. Army, or the UN command, as you call it. The U.S. Army does not want to leave because this is the only place they can keep troops on the Russian border and the Chinese border. Now, that's not good for Korea. It's not good for me because I'm a taxpayer in America. But if there's war, even if America goes to war with Ukraine, you're going to be in the war because you've got all these American troops sitting here. And that's causing, to me, it's causing a problem because as some of you have said, you have to ask the UN commander. You have been occupied by a foreign army for nearly 75 years. Most countries that are occupied by a foreign army want to get rid of the foreign army. But for some reason, you will not get rid of the occupying army. You've been here for several thousand years. You've had good times, you've had bad times. If I were you, and I'm not, but if I were you, I would say to the Americans, go home. We have been here a few thousand years. We can make my own mistakes. We don't need to ask you every time we want to do something. So the main blockage to all of this, as we were discussing before, as you asked, is the American Army. If I were you, I would get rid of them, which would lead to huge opportunities. I talked before about gigantic opportunities in international tourism. This could be an amazing tourism country, peninsula, but also there's transportation. There used to be railroads up the East Coast, railroads up the West Coast. They're being rebuilt. Agriculture in North Korea is a disaster. They need everything, but everything in North Korea is a disaster. They need everything, electricity, chairs, rugs, clothes, everything. So once it opens, once you open the DMZ, everything you can think of is an opportunity in North Korea. Go and open pizza places. They will love pizza. They will love everything. So So the opportunities are unbelievable. I said before that once the DMZ is open, this is going to be the single most exciting country in the world for investment, for society, for everything. Not forever, but for 20 years, 30 years. This could be very, very exciting. Anything you're good at, anything they need in North Korea. The Kims and communism have ruined North Korea. So go there and get very, very rich. Young people, old people, sports people, all people. And did I answer your question?
예, 회장님 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for your answer. It seems that we have less than 5 minutes left for this session.
플로어에서
So we will now take any questions from the floor. If you have any questions for our speakers or Chairman Rogers, perhaps, please wait for a microphone.
Very much. Andrew Salmon, Asia Times. My question is for Professor Shim. You mentioned correctly that sanctions do not apply to tourism. China sends millions of tourists to North Korea, and yet currently no tourism can go into North Korea due to COVID border closures. But tell me, why do you think the Moon Jae-in administration in 2018 and 2019 did not reopen tourism into North Korea prior to COVID? Thank you.
예, 질문은 제가
Yes, we understood the question. Let me answer in Korean.
지금
Well, concerning this point,
너무너무
this is a point that I find quite unfortunate.
유엔하고 미국 생선이
There are US sanctions and UN sanctions, but there was room for maneuver by the South Korean government. But it seems that we have missed that window.
사이에서 어떠한 전제
In the 2019 New Year address, there was a mentioning of starting without any conditions. And so we needed to work around the UN sanctions, and we needed to work around the US sanctions. And if we had done that, I think we could have reopened tourism. If we had actually sent one team up to North Korea, then we would have found issues and then we could have solved those issues. But there was a lot of concerns by the South Korean government. We had to think about the UN, we had to think about the US, we had to think about possible secondary boycotts in world trade. And as we were taking time thinking, the sanctions of the US and UN became stronger and stronger. Well, because of COVID-19, all the borders have been closed. But after COVID-19,
소수로 듣고 있는
and according to various sources that I have, North Korea is completely concentrated on tourism. They are fixated on tourism because they have no other industry that can earn them as much as the whole of their trade that they are earning now. And if they open tourism, then we will have a much more peaceful atmosphere. And in order to do that, the attitude of North Korea has to change. I hope that was a sufficient answer to your question. Thank you.
제가 플로어
I would like to receive a couple of more questions from the floor, but we have to end the session in 2 minutes. So
질문으로
I believe that this has to be the end of the Q&A session. I'd like to ask for your understanding.
고맙습니다.
I'd like to thank the two presenters and the two panel members for their contribution. I would also like to thank the offline participants for coming here despite the cold weather outside.
이번 세션은 여기서
So with that, let me wrap up this economy session 1. Thank you very much for your participation.
여러분 안녕하십니까? 2022 평창 평화포럼 특별공연 플레이 피스에 오신 여러분 진심으로 환영합니다. 저는 오늘 행사의 진행을 맡은 아나운서 박세정입니다. 반갑습니다. Hi everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the special concert Play Peace for PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022. My name is Sejong Park and I am your MC today. First of all, thank you very much for taking your time away from your schedule to be here with us today. 바쁘신 일정에도 불구하고 함께해 주신 모든 분들께 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 평창 평화 포럼이 열리고 있는 이번 주 정말 날씨가 춥습니다. 특히 이곳 평창은 다른 도시에 비해서 몇 도씩 기온이 낮은데요. 이 추위를 이겨내고 이 자리를 빛내주신 여러분께 다시 한번 감사의 인사를 전합니다. This week it's so cold and especially in PyeongChang here, it's almost freezing. But you're here today. Thank you very much for joining us and your presence is making this concert even more special. 자, 오늘 정말 멋진 공연이 준비가 되어 있는데요. 오늘 연주가 우리의 차가운 몸도 녹여주고 또 평화를 갈망하는 우리의 마음도 따뜻하게 만들어줬으면 좋겠습니다. 자, 그럼 오늘 플레이 피스 멋진 공연을 보여주실 뉴욕 필하모닉 현악 4중주단을 모시겠습니다. Please welcome the New York Philharmonic String Quartet. 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주십시오. Thank you very much for coming. 자, 오늘 정말 멋진 연주가 기대가 되는데요. 오늘 뉴욕 필하모닉 현악 4중주단은 총 2곡을 연주해 주실 예정입니다. The New York Philharmonic String Quartet will play Mozart and Beethoven today. 자, 그럼 첫 번째 곡부터 소개를 해드립니다. 첫 번째 연주해 주실 곡은 모차르트의 현악 4중주 19번 다장조 불협화음입니다. String Quartet number 19, Dissonant by Mozart. I hope you enjoy this concert. Are you ready? Thank you. Stage is yours. 여러분 큰 박수로 첫 번째 연주를 청해 듣겠습니다. Thank you very much for your impressive concert. 네, 뉴욕 필하모닉 현악 4중주단이 정말 멋진 첫 번째 곡을 연주해 주셨고요. 자, 바로 이어서 두 번째 곡을 청해 듣겠습니다. 두 번째 곡은 베토벤의 현악 4중주 11번 바단조 세리오소입니다. The String Quartet No. 11, Serioso by Beethoven. So stage is yours. 여러분 큰 박수로 무대를 청해 보겠습니다. Wow, thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, it was too good to let you go. 여러분, 정말 좋은 공연이었다면 앵콜을 한번 외쳐주시면 어떨까 싶습니다. Our audiences are eager for encore, so could you please do for us a favor? Thank you. 네, 여러분, 앵콜 곡을 위해서 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다. 네, 감동적인 연주를 해주신 뉴욕 필하모닉 현악 4중주 단이었습니다. 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주십시오. Thank you. It was the New York Philharmonic String Quartet. Thank you very much. 네, 오늘 뉴욕 필하모닉 현악 4중주단이 들려주신 아름다운 선율 마음속에 오래오래 기억하셨으면 좋겠습니다. 그리고 국제사회가 진정한 평화를 누리면서 함께 살아가기를 소망하는 그 마음도 오래오래 품어주시길 바랍니다. I hope you remember the beautiful sounds that the New York Philharmonic String Quartet gave us today, and I'm pretty sure the peace-related issues present on the Korean Peninsula and across the world will be solved in the very near future. 자, 오늘 저희가 준비한 프로그램은 여기까지였습니다. 2022 평창 평화포럼 특별 공연 플레이 피스에 함께 주신 모든 분들께 다시 한번 감사의 말씀을 드리고요. 잠시 후 오후 3시부터 시작되는 경제 세션 2 남북철도 연결, 철도가 가면 평화가 온다에도 적극적으로 참여해 주시기 바랍니다. This concludes the Play Peace concert, and thank you very much for joining us. And we'll see you at 3 p.m. in the second economy session. 네, 저는 지금까지 아나운서 박세정이었습니다. 고맙습니다. Thank you very much. 와우. 와.
Located in the northeast of South Korea, Gangwon is bounded by the ocean on one side and other Korean provinces on the other. This charming region, filled with the beauty of nature, offers both mountainous and sea landscapes for a multitude of activities during different seasons of the year. Today, we chose 3 cities to visit in Gangwon and can't wait to introduce them to you. Gyeongpo Beach. Gangneung is the largest coastal city in Gangwon province. During the summer, it is one of those places where everyone wants to enjoy some of the best beaches of the country. No matter if you walk north or south through gorgeous beaches one after another, you will be followed by the infinite white sands and emerald waters. Here, the stress and anxiety of everyday life leaves room for dreams and happiness, which makes everything possible. Gyeongpo Beach is probably the most popular beach at the east coast of South Korea. Here, people enjoy different outdoor activities or just spend hours sunbathing on the beach. It is an especially appealing vacation spot as the beach is situated between the ocean and Gyeongpo Lake. If you feel like stretching your legs, you can rent a bike and enjoy the lovely bike path that surrounds the lake. It is a fun activity that we enjoyed until late. If you decide to stay in this area for several days, Lee Kai Sandpine Resort is situated a few pine trees away. A lot of people come to visit this place to relax and feel the flavor of the Hawaiian atmosphere. It is no coincidence that Lee Kai means shining ocean in Hawaiian. This resort is well known for its huge golf fields in the heart of Gangneung, and it has 12 conference rooms, which can accommodate up to 800 people. Sagunjin Beach. Sagunjin Beach is the most romantic beach of the coastal area. I know we've said that you can't take it easy in Gangwon, But this is the moment where you can impress your loved one. Don't be lazy and get ready for your date by bringing some delicious snacks and renting some of the loveliest picnic sets in the nearby shops. You'll feel like the happiest couple on the planet with the memory that neither of you are ready to forget. Songgyeojang. After enjoying the coastal area, it is time to experience ancient Korea by visiting Songgyeojang House. It is a very well-preserved traditional Hanok house of noble family constructed 300 years ago. It is hard to believe that the descendants still live in this house to this day. Surrounded by pine trees, it remains intact in harmony with the beautiful natural environment. The wooden bridge, stretched out over the pond, used to be an inspirational location for poets. Today, it is one of the most popular attractions in Gangneung, Gangneung Market. There is no visit to Gangwon without testing its local food. Besides local restaurants, Gangneung Market is a great place to taste some food from Gangwon. For food lovers, it is a must-visit place. And as you probably already know, we love delicious food, especially while traveling. Don't worry if you feel lost with all the choices offered to you. Just pick a local who is eating what looks like the most delicious food and copy whatever they order. Trust us, you can't go wrong with this. Anmok Beach. From the multitude of amazing beaches that Gangneung can offer, Anmok Beach is definitely worth a visit. It is here that you will find a popular Gangneung coffee street. Over 30 unique beachfront cafes let you drink perfectly brewed beverages while enjoying incredible sea views. Overall, in Gangneung, we mostly stayed at St. John's Hotel. Since it has fabulous conference rooms, which can accommodate 1,000 people, it has also hosted famous personalities like the President of South Korea, Moon Jae-in, and Ivanka Trump. Located right in front of the ocean, it provides you with a stunning view of the surroundings. The infinity pool on the rooftop was our favorite. The blue water from the sea merging with the water of the pool gives the illusion to be surrounded by the ocean. PyeongChang is today a world-famous county in Gangwon, as it hosted the Winter Olympics in 2018. With an honorable number of 17 medals and 5 gold, South Korea achieved its best performance in the history of the Winter Olympic Games. The official hotel of the Winter Olympics was the Alpensia Ski Resort, as it has the biggest conference room hosting 2,000 people. Today, it provides the perfect environment to enjoy leisure sports during all seasons. In winter, people come here mainly for skiing, but in summer, it creates a peaceful place to relax in nature and enjoy some outdoor activities. The resort also hosted some of the sports events in its stadiums, like ski jumping. You can go to the top of the Alpensia Ski Jumping Center if you want to experience how the athletes felt before they jumped. Woljungsa Temple at Odensan Mountain. Situated on the beautiful Odensan Mountain, Woljungsa Temple is the place where you find peace and enlightenment in the solitude of nature. It is a spiritual healing experience where you will breathe the history and heritage of one of the main religions of South Korea. It is also a foreigner-friendly temple stay that breaks down the barriers of language and achieves mutual understanding among all humankind. Sky Ranch Hanulmokjang. Sky Ranch is a lovely sheep farm in South Korea. The ranch is so beautiful that it became a popular tourist attraction in Gangwon. These cute, lucky animals enjoy grazing in the vast fields and are used to interacting with humans. After hanging around with them, a tractor brought us to the top of the hill in style, surrounded by a multitude of windmills in perfect harmony with the beauty of nature. It offers a magical experience that we weren't prepared for. Finally, we finished our day with a lovely picnic in the middle of the river, enjoying their delicious, fresh, farm-made yogurt. Gangwon, Traditional Korean Food Cultural Experience Center. After enjoying tons of delicious food across the country, it is time for us to learn how to cook it. Gangwon provides traditional cooking programs where visitors can immerse a little bit more in Korean culture and learn the way their food is made. They even grow their own ingredients, which gives this place a lot of charm. I bet you've never seen a huge collection of pots right in front of a house. Yes, fermented paste and sauces like gochujang, the red pepper paste, or doenjang, the bean paste, are very important in Korean cuisine. Ari Hills. Now that you've taken some rest and enjoyed the beach, it is time for the fun part of the trip. Jongson is another beautiful place in Gangwon-do, but it is the outdoor activities that we enjoyed the most. Ari Hill's Skywalk is a glass observation deck which provides you with an incredible view of the Donggang River. Bringing to mind the shape of the Korean peninsula, this magical landscape is often called the Grand Canyon of South Korea. You will have the amazing feeling of walking on the clouds from the edge of the cliff. Ari Hills also has the longest zipwire in Asia. If you want to spice up your trip to Gangwon, this is the perfect opportunity. You will be flying like a bird between the valleys at 100 kilometers per hour, an experience you'll never forget. Once down on the ground, you will have the option to fully enjoy Donggang River by grabbing a paddle and riding a boat. The beauty of this place made it popular for rafting, with steep cliffs on one side and banks of pebbles on the other. The picturesque landscape will make you forget to paddle. We had a lot of fun jumping from the boat and letting the river bring us to the destination point, Samtan Art Mine. It is time to slow down a bit and visit an impressive Jongson creation, which highlights both the area's rich history of mining and fresh modern art. It used to be a very busy place, employing around 3,000 people due to the high demand for coal. After shutting its doors in 2001, local artists gave this place another life. It became the perfect playground for urban explorers and graffiti artists. Today, Samtan Art Mine is a stunning complex that would be scary to visit alone at night. Alpine Coaster. Haiwon Ski Resort is the biggest resort in Gangwon, with around 1,900 rooms and 43 conference rooms, which can host over 2,000 people. During summer, instead of ski slopes, this place is covered with thousands of flowers. It has plenty of activities to discover, like an open-air water park, so you don't have to go far to enjoy your day. But our favorite was the Alpine Coaster attraction, which makes you appreciate the daisy field through a completely different angle. This place is huge and surrounded by beautiful nature, so even when we weren't lucky with the weather, we had a lot of fun exploring the surroundings. Now you know about some of the best places in Gangwon, where you can enjoy the coastal area, mountains, and some fun activities. However, Gangwon is a huge province with lots of places to visit during different seasons of the year. We are looking forward to going back and letting you discover more about Gangwon. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to our channel, and we'll see each other on the next one.
강원도 금강산 12,000봉 8만 광자 유정사 법당 뒤에 칠성난 도두보고 팔자에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 석달 열흘 녹음에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 정성을 말고 다 관객니 외로이 난 사랑 괄세를 말아 정성을 말고 다 관객니 외로이 난 사람 괄세를 말아.
Clean Highlands, 700 meters above sea level, the bearer of happiness. The positive energy found here engages all senses, giving life to the body from head to toe, bringing peace to the heart and soul. Quick and close, PyeongChang approaches. As we run to embrace PyeongChang, in this very moment right now. A snow-covered village, a 1,000-year-old forest, leads us to a new world in awe, leaving the secular world behind. Here, the meeting of a dramatically portrayed goblin, as someone gains insight to understand the past, present, and the future. Buckwheat flowers that displayed freshness under the sun glows white with the delicate moonlight. At PyeongChang, where all seasons come in different colors, presenting the vastness that exists within scenery, every photo taken becomes memorable. Enjoy the scent therapy at PyeongChang. Satisfy your sense of smell, not just the vision. the clean highlands where warm sunlight meets becomes a heavenly garden full of flowers giving off a unique fragrance. In every breath, the fragrance of flowers covers your body, washing off the fatigue of city life, becoming a memory engraved in the mind. After feasting your senses of sight and smell, open your ears now and listen to the sound of PyeongChang. Beautiful snow scene of the sound of the wind that freely travels in and out of Baekdu-daegan. Following the footsteps of the sound of nature, listen to the magical harmony of the 80 wind chimes hanging from an octagonal 9-story stone pagoda in Uljeongsa. The sound of PyeongChang, a sound of clean nature and sincere life, a symphony of healing that rejuvenates the lost sensibilities. "700 meters above sea level, known to be the optimal height for an ideal biorhythm. Delicious food from ingredients grown in PyeongChang pleases the sense of taste. Hanwoo, premium Korean beef, comes from cattle relaxed and fed in an open field. Hwangtae, a dried pollock, gets tastier after freezing and thawing in the cold wind and snow. You can also find trout that live in cold and clean water, and vegetables grown in Odaesan with thick forests and pure and natural water. Hangadari yaksu that provides a taste of nature with a kick. The healthy, happy taste of PyeongChang comes from Baekdu-daegan and its clean and pure water, the source of the Han River. Giving rise to healing and happy foods that satisfies the appetites and contents the heart. If you are tired of a cold and heartless life, there is a journey of touch found only in PyeongChang, cozy and warm, just like a mother's embrace. At Snow Festival, a white blanket of snow covers the land, warming and comforting you as it wraps around the soul. At the Summer Hunter Festival, you will be reminded of your childhood splashing water in the creek. At the Trout Festival at the riverside in winter, under the thick ice, you will feel the vigor and life of the trouts. Odaesan Mountain Culture Festival, reflecting the Buddhist culture, will allow you to look into your heart and grow. Coming into contact with PyeongChang will serve you with gentle happiness that cannot be found in city life. PyeongChang, the cradle for skiing in Korea, becoming the mecca of winter sports worldwide since the hosting of the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics. Even in seasons without snow, the healing of PyeongChang that shakes off the stress of everyday life continues on. Paragliding gives you the view of the world beneath your feet. Whitewater rafting and kayaking across rough currents invites you to experience primitive nature. Exciting exploration of the fantastical limestone caves, and enjoying the view of the beautiful watercourses of Dong River through zip lines can invigorate and rejuvenate. Spend the night with your families and friends, with the forest and rivers that preserve the clean, primitive ecology. The moon and the stars shine throughout the night as guardians, sending a message of comfort. The wooden paths in the quiet temples of the mountain helps us find who we are. A journey of healing in PyeongChang restores the forgotten passion for our lives. PyeongChang, is where peace began. Going through the frozen past and the heated present, we are taking a new step towards the future that will make hearts glow. PyeongChang will present new energy and peace in the lives of those who step upon it.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Sébastien. J'ai gagné 10 ans à vivre en Haïti. Je me lève à 7 h chaque matin pour aller à l'école. Pour moi aller à l'école chaque matin, je marche environ 1 heure de temps. Moi, j'aimerais finir un bon médecin, l'aime fini avec l'école classique pour me capable servir les gens qui sont malades dans le pays. Pour me capable devenir un bon médecin, moi, je dois étudier en pile. Moi, j'aime jouer avec mes amis dans l'école. Mais il est très difficile pour aller à l'école à pied. Moi, toujours dormir chaque matin dans la classe. Mais moi, pas de problème. Parce que j'ai un bus pour transporter moi à l'école. À cause du bus là, moi viens étudier en pile et moi jouer avec mes amis moi. Moi pas dormir dans la classe là encore parce que moi t'aimerais venir un bon médecin. Merci un pile Koika.
여러분 안녕하십니까? 2022
Welcome back to the second economic session of PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022. I am Park Se-jung. I will be leading you throughout the session. Pleased to meet you.
바쁘신 일정에도 함께
Thank you very much for your participation despite your busy schedules.
온라인으로
And thank you to all those who are joining us from around the world through our online platform.
지난해
The PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022 is being held both online and offline this year as well as last year.
유튜브나
You will be able to continue to see our sessions via our online platforms. Let us commence Economy Session 2 for the PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022. This session is titled Peace Comes Through Reconnecting Trans-Korean Railway. This session will be moderated by Andrew Salmon.
A round of applause. 여러분 큰 박수로 기자님을 맞아주시기 바랍니다. Okay, Mr. Andrew Simon, could you go ahead?
I will be happy to go ahead. Thank you. Nice to see you all here, and nice to see, I guess, many of you joining us on YouTube via the World Wide Web. A special thank you to Governor Chae-mun-sun, who's there in the white shirt in the front, for pulling this event together this year, despite Omicron. We've got a very important topic. I am the Northeast Asia editor of Asia Times, and what we're discussing here today is of massive import to the Northeast Asian region, not just South Korea. And that, of course, is the Trans-Korea Rail project. This impacts everything. This will impact trade and commerce, speeding South Korea's exports all the way through to Europe. It will expand tourism and people-to-people contact between North Korea, South Korea, Europe, across the world. You can get on a train in Busan, you can get off the train in Paris. So this has enormous import. Perhaps most of all, the potential it holds means that South Korea will cease to be a geopolitical island cut off from the Eurasian landmass. Consider the implications of this project. They are immense. So why the hell has it not happened? These are some of the issues we will be discussing today. We have an excellent panel. The gentleman on my left knows one or two things about trains. He is the... Sorry, I've just got a call coming in. He knows a thing or two about trains. He is, of course, Na Hee-sung, the CEO and president of KoRail. Big hand, please. Thank you. And as I said to him this morning, I had an excellent trip this morning from Seoul on the KTX. And we're joined by three other speakers who unfortunately can't be with us today. Our next speaker knows a little thing or two about North Korea. He is Professor Lee Jung-chul, who you can see on the screens behind me. He is a professor and an expert on North Korea at Seoul National University. For those of you unfamiliar with Korean education, SNU is the Oxbridge, the Harvard, the Sorbonne of Korea, all in one institution. So Professor Lee is a very clever fellow indeed. But this is not simply a Korean issue. This is an international issue. It's a regional issue. And our next two guests are joining us from distant shores. Our first, who you can see, is Francois. I hope I say your name correctly. Francois Daven. I hope that was correct. Who is the Director General of the International Union of Railways. Francois, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And next to him, we have, I believe he's joining us from Poland, Attila Kiss, who is the Executive Secretary of the Organization for Cooperation of Railways. Attila, thanks for being here.
Good morning to everyone. Greetings from Poland. Yes.
Okay.
I wish you a successful event.
Okay, thanks for joining us, everybody. We're going to have, all of our speakers will have 15 minutes exactly to speak. I will give each of you a warning 1 minute before you're due to finish, and then my apologies, I will cut you off because we want time for Q&A. Our first speaker, for obvious reasons, is President Na of Korail. President, when you're ready, the floor is yours.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Hello, everyone. As introduced, I am Na Hee-seung, CEO of Korail, Korea Railway.
평화 포럼에
Personally, I am very happy to be here. It is my third time participating at the PyeongChang Peace Forum. And as CEO of Korail, it is my first time giving a presentation. I am very happy that Korail has organized this session, so special thanks goes to Governor Choi Moon-soon and Gangwon province officials for allowing us to organize the session.
유럽의 UI
And it is all the more special that we have speakers from UIC and OSJD. We have with us Director General François Daven and Executive Secretary Attila Kish of OSJD for joining us despite the time difference. I believe it is early in the morning over there, so thank you very much for joining us and Happy New Year. It is rather belated, but I want to say Happy New Year to all of you. And I wish I could meet them in person, but unfortunately we're holding the session online. But I really hope that after the pandemic is over, I will have a chance to meet them in person. In this session, we're going to be discussing how peace can come with reconnecting Trans-Korean Railway. As you may know, the PyeongChang Peace Forum has been held since the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympic Games to continue to promote the spirit of the PyeongChang Olympic Games and to promote peace so that we will have sustainable peace on the Korean Peninsula. In my presentation, I'm going to be going over the government's efforts to reconnect the Trans-Korean Railway and what kinds of benefits can we expect from this railway reconnection.
우리 대한민국 잘 아시죠? 그죠? 남북과
As you may know very well, the Korean Peninsula is divided. So South Korea is as if we're an island. We're not connected to the continent.
협력을 통해서
However, through inter-Korean cooperation, we can reconnect our railways to the railways of the other countries, and this will open up new opportunities for cooperation in the future. When you think about reconnecting railway, it means that we will build trust and we will facilitate cooperation in this process.
가능하게 함으로써
And I believe that reconnecting the railway will allow sustainable cooperation between the two Koreas. And down the road, if we continue in this path, we can promote peace not only on the Korean Peninsula, but also in the region and further promote mutual prosperity.
그 지역의 연결선
So in short, reconnecting Trans-Korean Railway is all about promoting connectivity and promoting exchanges of goods and people. And in doing so, we can deepen our mutual understanding and we can advance transportation and logistics. This will lead to more economic benefits and promotion of industries, relevant industries. And when we get more and more connected, then we can promote prosperity together.
한국과
On the right-hand side of the map, you can see the Korean Peninsula, and this can go all the way to Europe, and the length is more than 29,000 kilometers. And in doing so, we wish to create a virtuous cycle that will continue to provide us with more benefits.
그동안에 남북철도
As you can see on the slide, there have been a lot of attempts and efforts to reconnect the Trans-Korean Railway. Back in 2000, there was the first inter-Korean summit on June 15th, and there was the joint declaration, and 3 agreements were made, and one of them was reconnecting the Trans-Korean Railway, especially the Gyeonggi line.
남북 철도 협력을 이어왔습니다.
And we have pursued cooperation for railway reconnection, but unfortunately, no substantial progress has been made, so it is quite unfortunate. However, the PyeongChang Winter Olympic Games was a turning point, and let me go over this in more detail on the following slides.
이번 정부에서는
In this current Moon Jae-in administration, the two initiatives were announced, which were the new economic map of the Korean Peninsula and the East Asia Railway Community Initiative. As you can see on this map, when the Trans-Korean Railway is reconnected, we can connect us all the way to the other regions. And in doing so, we have more than 10 megacities with more than 10 million population.
연결성을 높일 경우에는
If we provide railway connection and increase the level of connectivity, we will be able to enjoy tremendous economic benefits.
이런 철도 연결 사업은
In this regard, we will not only be able to promote peace by railway reconnection, but also bring about a lot of economic benefits for both Koreas.
물류를 많이 떠오르게
When you think about railway, you may think of logistics and transportation. The current government has proposed the East Asia Railway Community Initiative.
그 이동성
The idea is that we can promote connectivity by connecting our railways, and in doing so, we can facilitate exchanges of goods and people. And of course, in this process, we can deepen our integration and create an East Asia community, and the railway connection will be the key in creating this type of community. Back in 2017, there were nuclear tests, and the inter-Korean relations and the relations between the US and DPRK were in a bad shape. However, in 2018, the PyeongChang Winter Olympic Games were held in a peaceful manner, and we were able to open opportunities for peace, and there was this so-called spring on the Korean Peninsula. We were very moved, and we were filled with hopes and expectations. And after the PyeongChang Olympics, there were a series of summit meetings, especially the February Declaration and also the December agreement. The high-level official meetings and working-level meetings were held several times. As you can see in these photos, you can find these people doing a joint survey on the railway. And on December 26th, there was the groundbreaking ceremony at the Panmunjom to reconnect the railways. But unfortunately, the Hanoi meeting was a no-deal meeting, and there was a breakdown, and it was unfortunate that the relations got sour because we thought that the railway connection would be an initiative that could be driven by the two Koreas without much of an influence from the other countries. But we did not give up. The Korean government pursued opportunities for dialogue regarding railway, and especially in the Gangwon province, the south-north connection, railway connection in the Gangwon province is going to be very crucial. So there was several initiatives, as you can see in this photo. I don't have much time left, so let me skip some slides.
특히 동해 북부선 같은 경우에는
Especially the northern east coast line is crucial. On January 5th,
이와 같이 남북 간의 동해선 철
at the Jaejin station, the groundbreaking ceremony was attended by the president. And from Gangneung to Jaejin, the railway would be completed in the next 5 years. And this means that we can go all the way to Tuman River by train. And if we do this, then we can build a foundation for inter-Korean cooperation.
남북 간의 철도 공동조사
There was a joint survey, inter-Korean joint survey, on Gyeonggi Line and Donghae Line. So 400 kilometers of Gyeonggi Line and 800 kilometers of Donghae Line. And these were joint inspections.
매뉴얼에 따라
And we were able to carry out the joint railway inspection in a peaceful manner according to the predetermined schedule. And according to the survey, we understood that the high level of modernization would be necessary, but at the same time, we were able to see that we could upgrade North Korean railway in just 1 or 2 years quickly so that we can begin the inter-Korean railway operation as quickly as possible.
이러한 남북 경색 기간에
So while the inter-Korean relations are in a stalemate, we may not be able to do it much, but when the relations improve, I think we can quickly maintain the existing lines so that we can resume the train operations between the two Koreas. In other words, we will continue to invest in modernization, but we will put priority on reconnecting the railway and resume the operation as quickly as possible. And to do that, we joined the OSJD as a regular member, and we became the 29th member of the OSJD. And we are working on building a legislative and institutional framework to connect our railway to the continental railways, especially the freight transportation and also passenger transportation agreements are agreements that we want to sign on very soon. And if we do so, then we can connect our railway to Pyongyang and through Moscow and other parts of Asia and Europe.
국면에서 잠시 이 철도
From Pyongyang, you can already use the international train route, but because of the COVID-19, the connection has been suspended. But if we are able to reconnect again after the pandemic, I believe that we can offer train services from South Korea all the way to Europe.
화물과 관련된 그런 시범 운송도
Also, we believe that pilot operations are crucial in the future. What you see here is the TKR and TPR on the left-hand side.
운송 중인 물
This is the current logistics route on the right-hand side. This is what can happen in the future when we reconnect the railway.
다시 말하면 이전 페이지는
So this means that along the east coast, we can utilize these trains. And the next slide, this here you can see that we can utilize the west coast railway.
비용 편익을
And we can gain a lot of benefits in terms of reduced time for freight transportation and also the cost savings.
또 이를 통해
And if we can transport freights by train rather than by ships, we can save a lot of time and costs.
이어주고
Then we can go all the way to Moscow and
비용 편익에 있어서 굉장히 앞선
other parts of Europe, and you can see huge benefits we can expect.
앞서 말씀드린 것처럼 이와 같이
As I mentioned before,
연결할 겸
we wish to resume and reconnect the railway as quickly as possible. And when we do some basic maintenance, we can start railway operations right away. And these railways can be utilized for sports exchanges and people-to-people exchanges in the future.
특히 그동안에는 남북 접경 지역에서의
In the past,
협력을 과거에
we promoted economic exchanges along the border lines, along the border areas, but we want to go all the way to Siniju and Tuman River. In other words, we need to enlarge the scope of our vision so that we can open up and increase connection further down the road. Some of these slides contain some technical aspects, so you can go through these slides. In the core rail,
장대 열차죠.
we are envisioning this type of long-length train. In Korea, we use about 30 to 35 carts per train, but we're imagining a logistics system that can carry about 50 freight carts.
시간 관계상
I don't have much time, so let me quickly go over these slides. And finally,
그래서
as you know, we are going into the fourth industrial revolution.
철도 또 스마트한
So we also want to upgrade our railway system using high technology and modernize the North Korean railway as well. Railway service is all about connectivity, and we provide high-speed rail and other rail transport services to increase the level of connectivity and promote exchanges and economic cooperation. So I believe that railway is really crucial because we provide infrastructure for economic activities. And this is actually going to be the last slide.
이제 남북 간의 철도 연결이라는 것은 큰
When we discuss reconnecting the Trans-Korean Railway, it is about this vision of achieving a one-day life zone on the Korean Peninsula and creating a mega economic zone utilizing the railroad network. And in doing so, we can promote peace.
21세기 대한민국의 미래를
And we will be able to secure competitiveness of the Korean Peninsula in the future. And we envision the Korean Peninsula's economic community in the future. This will also be connected to other parts of the world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed for speaking so swiftly. How is all this viewed from North Korea? Our next speaker may be able to offer some insight. Professor, the floor is yours.
제가 발표인가요?
So should I go now?
Please go ahead.
보이시나요?
Can you see the slide?
We can. Please go ahead.
네,
Thank
네.
you.
저는 평화 경제를 설명을
Thank you. I'd like to discuss peace economy and the concept of peace economy in my presentation.
그동안에 한반도에서는
As you may know, on the Korean Peninsula,
통합이 평화를 이룬다라는 논리.
there was this understanding, functionalism of economic peace theory, where it argues that economic development will lead to peace. But now, the Moon Jae-in administration is arguing that peace will drive economy. So this is a new vision that is about promoting economy based on peace. So in this context, I like to offer some of my ideas. I would like to begin my presentation by giving you some mapping visuals. Here, this is the periodicals table,
동일한 네모로 그리지 않고
but these boxes are in different sizes depending on the thermal conductivity. So if you change the periodic table to show the thermal conductivity, you can see a different perspective. This is a visual thinking. Likewise,
캘린더가
you can visualize your calendar based on the amount of work that you do.
그렇게 생각을 해봤습니다. 이런
If you follow this line of thinking, you can apply this on the map representing the world. This is the typical world map that you're familiar with. But you can revise this map based on the population. This is what it looks like. For instance, in India and China or the Korean Peninsula, they have large populations, so they are represented proportional to their population, so they look larger than their physical size. This is another visual representation of the world map based on military spending.
보시다시피 한국
As you can see here, Japan and Korea are overrepresented in this map because of their high military spending. But in Latin America and Africa, they are very small, so they've shrunk.
투자들이 집중되고 있는
And this really shows visually how much money is spent on military. And this is the total number of Guardian news items.
기사를 가지고 써봤습니다.
So this is based on the news articles by the Guardian in the UK.
다른 나라
So in the Guardian, in this newspaper, which countries are covered? And here, North Korea is represented largely because in 2010 there was Yeonpyeongdo attack and there was the sinking of the submarine, and so there were a lot of provocations from North Korea. Therefore, the Guardian covered stories about North Korea quite extensively. So there was the higher frequency of North Korea appearing in this newspaper.
어떻게 잘
Then how can we turn these images into an image of peace?
이 지도는 그 점에서
In that regard, this particular map tells you a lot about the situation. Here, this is before the high-speed railway. As the moderator mentioned, we can go from Busan all the way to Paris by train. If we have this type of high-speed railway, after we have that, this is what the world would look like. And this is the type of world that we want to create in the future.
평화가 주도하는 경제.
And this is actually what represents a peace-driven economy.
이것은 2018년도에 제가 평양을 갔을 때
I visited Pyongyang in 2018, and at that time, this was the mass card
그들도
demonstration
비행기와 철도로 한반도
by North Koreans. And it really shows what they desire, being able to go to Busan by train and by air and by the sea. So there's skyway and on land and seaways. They want to be reconnected.
연결하자.
North Koreans want to reconnect their railways and seaways and roads to those of South Korea.
플랫폼
Based on this understanding, the Moon Jae-in government has offered this platform and making Korea a bridging state. And this is what this new initiative is about.
그러나 이 평화 경제가 쉽지 않았던 것은
But it was not easy to achieve a peace-driven economy for several reasons, and this is what I like to discuss. First of all, there are geopolitical factors, as you may know very well.
미국과
The Korean Peninsula is affected by the U.S.-China relations.
중입니다. 그래서 투키디데스 트랩
And the Thucydides trap is affecting the Korean Peninsula, according to some scholars and experts. But at the same time, China is promoting a new model of international relations. And China argues that the large powers can avoid a major conflict and coexist.
많은 고민을 하고 있는 것이
And between the US and China, Korea is situated in between, and we need to think about our position. Now, some in the US are trying to contain China, while others are trying to engage China.
협력을 하자라.
So there's this new idea of 3C policy that the US will compete and confront and cooperate with China. But the reality is that there's more containment or confrontation
이 외교적인
that is prevailing in the US. And in this context, the Korean Peninsula is right at the center of the competition between the US and China. The US is promoting the free and open Indo-Pacific strategy and Quad and AUKUS and other initiatives. And China has been promoting the Belt and Road Initiative and the community of common destiny for the humankind. So there is this constant competition between the US and China. But right at the center of this competition, the Korean Peninsula is located. So we are sandwiched between Quad and the BNR initiative.
또한
You may know what's going on in Ukraine. And this actually is posing all of us a question of whether we're going to head into a world war or not.
협력 앞서 제가 북한이 협력하고자 하는
I mentioned on the previous slide and showed the mass card game where North Korea wants to promote connection with South Korea, but at the same time, North Korea has been making provocations in the gray zones. In January last year, they launched missiles, and this year also they launched IRBM and hypersonic gliding flights and other missiles and submarine launched ballistic missiles. So there have been more than 8 rounds of missile launches, long range and middle range, this year and last year.
이런 긴장 상황까지
And North Korea has been developing the submarine-launched ballistic missile.
중국과 러시아와 북한과 같이 냉전을
Now,
아니면 남북
whether North Korea will go into a route of Cold War or a cooperation with South Korea, I believe that North Korea is also weighing these different options.
한국도 미국과 중국 사이의 갈등
As I said before, Korea is sandwiched between the US and China, and North Korea is also pondering upon different options, whether to go for the route of Cold War or cooperation with South Korea. And for South Korea, we need to discuss whether we would just resort to sanctions or we should go beyond sanctions, because there are so many limitations regarding sanctions.
북한과 협력하는 데서 우리가 요구하는
And when we want to cooperate with North Korea, we need trust. But it may be that we are demanding a very high level of trust, which is actually about building a bondage. But we can lower our expectation about trust and define trust as predictability. And if we define trust as predictability, we can start to trust North Korea, because that is going to help us start working with North Korea. In the past, we were demanding a very high level of trust from North Korea, almost to the degree of justice. But I think we need to switch gears and expect them to become more predictable so that we can work with them. And there are also domestic factors, both in the US and in Korea. In the US, there is hyperpolarization, and such polarization is impacting its relations with allies.
통제하지 않으면
Therefore, if these domestic factors are not addressed well, then foreign affairs and foreign policies will be impacted negatively. Now, we need to move beyond functionalism, and we need to promote prosperity through peace. And in other words, we need to promote a peace-driven economy.
그 고민 속에서 저희가 가장 중요하게
And in this discourse, what is critical here
J-curve
is this J-curve theory. And here you can see this death valley that you need to overcome to ride on the upward trend. Let's say we want to promote cooperation and achieve peace. But we need to understand that there is this negative territory, or the death valley, where we will not see immediate benefits of building trust and building peace. Here, in this J-curve theory, it is critical to find a way to overcome this death valley so that you can finally enjoy the benefits. And during this, when we are going through the death valley, we need to utilize public funding and public investments. And we also can note that there has been identity politics arising globally, maybe partly because of the pandemic. And we need to see how we can address this politics based on identity and cultural issues. And of course, we need to examine the impact of sanctions,
북한 주민 전
because
희생시키는 제재로
sanctions have not only been constraining the regime, but also having negative impact on the people.
제재가
So we need to discuss how we can go around the sanctions for humanitarian purposes. How can we devise more smart sanctions so that sanctions will be effective on the regime but not on the people?
한반도는 2018년
Let me go on to my conclusion. The September 19th military agreement was signed between the two Koreas.
동해안에도
So on the East Coast and on the West Coast, we have this peaceful state that has been maintained.
10월 11일 날
And on October 11th, this is what North Korea said, that Kim Jong-un said that their arch enemy is not the South Korea or the US or any other specific state, but the arch enemy is the war itself. This was the first time that Chairman Kim mentioned this. And we can interpret it that Chairman Kim does not want to, Chairman Kim wants to work with South Korea or the US. I believe there is significant sign. Of course, we have the Ukraine issues and the US-China competition, but I think we can find room for more peaceful initiatives. North Korea has been doing okay during the pandemic, and North Korea has been doing its own disaster relief system to maintain its regime. So, in my view, I believe that the Korean Peninsula is at the crossroads between cooperation and confrontation. But if we successfully manage the situation, then we can approach North Korea and start discussing further cooperation. And I hope that we can achieve a peace-driven economy in the future. Thank you.
Professor, thank you very, very much. But like a train, let us move very, very swiftly on. Let's cross the world. Francois, you have 15 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. 반갑습니다. I'm trying to share my screen. I don't know if it has worked. I don't think so.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. Okay. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be here for this meaningful event. I am representing the International Union of Railway, UIC, and I'm François Daven, the Director General of UIC. I would like here to express my deepest congratulations to you for holding this PyeongChang forum, and I would like to thank Dr. Nae Sung, the CEO of Korai, for inviting me for this meaningful event. Let me first tell you some general information about UIC. I hope you can see my slides, or?
I can see a slide. It says plus que de réunion. That's correct.
Okay, good. But, apparently, I cannot go to my next slide. Well, just a minute. I think I have some issue with that. Okay. So sorry for that, but it worked in the.
We live in a world in which this technology
dominates us,
it's
working this time.
Thank you.
Okay, so sorry for that. So you can see in this map that UIC is providing a technical solution for the railway operating community. Actually, we are active since 1922, so it's our 100th anniversary. And you can see here that UIC has members on the 5 continents. And our raison d'être is share, open, connect. In order to develop...
Francois, I should just make you aware we cannot see your slides, unfortunately.
Okay.
But please continue talking.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I will try to share them actually. Can you see them now?
I can see a number 1 in there we go. I can see UIC in Okay, please continue.
In 2022. So you have the slide now. Okay, so sorry for that. We have more than 200 members worldwide, and well, the main railway company are member of UIC. UIC is promoting the development of railway transport globally to respond to challenges in respect of mobility and sustainable development. So we are working on innovation, specification and standardization, dissemination, transmission, and we are trying to bring a neutral expertise to the railway worldwide. And we are really about cooperation, and indeed I was very interested by the previous presentation that indeed we are trying to, in a spirit of cooperation, to increase the capacity of our different networks to work together. Okay, I try to have the next slide, but apparently it doesn't work. Okay, so it's very slow.
UIC governance, we've got it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, but the change is very slow. So let me in a few words explain the UIC governance. Well, in fact, the diversity of our union is embedded in the governance. So our chairman is Christoph Maminski, the CEO of PKP, the Polish operator, and the vice chairman is Mohamed Lee, the chairman of ONCF, the Moroccan operator. So we are really working to work into a concept of unity in diversity. What is really important for us is, sorry, but the slide doesn't. Okay.
I can see 3 governors of
Yeah,
the UIC.
but it doesn't really. Okay, sorry for that. Perhaps it's that. Okay, is that better working like this?
We've got
okay.
we've got Vision of Rail 2030. Okay.
Sorry for that. So we are trying to promote a vision for 2030 because indeed the main challenge that we have as railways is really to struggle against global warming. So all our development, and indeed that's a way to bring peace first, because we want really to have a global cooperation between railways to transform our city, to have new energy and new technology, and to defend intermodality and seamless connection. Well, there are a few very important transformations that we are trying to promote. We need to be more customer focused and to adapt to the changing needs and behavior of our customer. And for that, what is very crucial for us is international cooperation. And indeed, as you can see, we have an ecosystem of partnership, both with financial institutions, technical and standardization, and also governmental and intergovernmental, and in particular, OSGDs that will intervene after me. And for us, it's really important to make this vision, international vision, consistent with a lot of cooperation and a lot of sharing. And I will then explain perhaps first the role of CORAIL within UIC. So UIC is a prominent member, CORAIL is a prominent member of UIC in the Asia-Pacific region. CORAIL is member of the Asia-Pacific Executive Board, and we are organizing with our partner a lot of training in the region. Since 2008, CORAIL, the ERACAP program, has provided training for UIC Asia-Pacific members and many countries to meet the current trend. And we are really relying on the Korean railway experience that you have gathered for more than 100 years. And then I will come to really what peace can bring indeed in this PyeongChang Forum to the prosperity in the East Asian Railway Community. And I would like really to pay a tribute to the East Asian Railway Community initiative that is aimed to bring indeed connectivity first between North and South, but more generally to the whole space. Let me mention the keywords of ERRC: space, economic, politics, culture. Well, that could be used for the forum today. This is what peace can bring to the peninsula. And you see in this map all the international routes between first Asia and Europe and between Asian countries. So you can see that we have already a consistent network of routes that we have to use for economic development. And I think in terms of policy, the perspectives are bright because there is a lot to do on mitigation on border crossing problem, on custom clearance and agreement. We have a lot to invest to create indeed a functional network. And I think that's really something that will be very interesting for the years to come. Well, indeed, railway can bring a better connectivity. And what you can see here is an extract from a UIC study on the Eurasian corridor. This study delivers an analysis of the major changes that happened over the past couple of years on the northern route, the route between Asia and Europe. Well, what you can see here, speaking of the northern route, is that about 95% of Eurasian transit in both directions, including Asia, Central Asia traffic, goes via Russia. Only 5% refer to middle corridor below. And what is interesting to see here is that you can see that there is a lot of question about addressing bottlenecks, about addressing the increase of traffic in the middle corridor. So I think that's a huge opportunity for development, and in particular, the day when it will be possible to indeed connect South Korea to this ecosystem, there is huge opportunities. Let me very briefly address a couple of issues. Well, this slide is a little bit complicated, but indeed it addresses the main levers to increase actually the traffic in the Asian ecosystem. First of all, there is a huge lever on infrastructure. We need to be able to accelerate the Trans-Siberian transit, and there is a lot of question about how to accelerate border crossing, how to build new infrastructure, increase speed, and also how to promote data exchange. So there, I think there is a mix of policy, of technology. We need to digitalize all the paperwork that is still needed for transporting goods, and to have a view, to have an uniform system for exchanging goods between Europe and Asia and between Asian countries. Well, there is also an important development to be made in ports, well, in South Korea, obviously, but also in Japan. And we basically have to work together to make this system more competitive, because today those routes are indeed depending on subsidies from the Chinese government, and there is prospect that at some point those subsidies will cease or be reduced. So we need to increase the sustainability, the financial sustainability of those routes. And I think that's a very challenging process, and we have to work really together for bringing that to life. And that will be my conclusion. I think we have to be very optimistic, because our study shows that the prospect for traffic increase between 2018 and 2030 is really very high. The traffic should be multiplied by 5.3. That means that we will go from 345 TEU to 1835 TEU in 2030. Well, all the levers that I evoked in my first slide will be necessary there. First, reducing transportation price, that's what you have for 42.4%. We need to accelerate border crossing, so that's a little bit less important. But above all, we need to increase collaboration on interoperability and on digital procedure. And that's really what UIC stands for. And I am sure that within the collaboration we have within the Asia-Pacific region, and also with the collaboration, the very important collaboration that we have between the Asia-Pacific region and the European region, we will be able to do those technical development. And obviously, what is dominant is also the increase of trade between Asia and Europe, and also between Asian countries. And I think what is really key there is really the spirit of collaboration. We have to really be together in trying to building a consistent network. And that will be my conclusion. As you can see, everything is almost there. We have the railway lines, we have the railway company, we have the will to work together, but there is still quite a lot of burden because we don't really represent ourselves those links between the different countries as an integrated network, but more as a patchwork. And I think UIC and also OSGD that will intervene just after me, we are really struggling to build the tool to make those networks integrated. And I am sure that as soon as indeed North and South Korea will be interconnected again, that will be a great asset to have South Korea on board for helping us to build this network. So thank you very much, and thanks again to Dr. Nee Sung to give me the opportunity to make an intervention today here. Thank you very much.
Francois, thank you very, very much indeed. And last but not least, please let's move on to our final speaker. Attila, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Bangap Sum Ni Da. It is my pleasure to take part in this important event on behalf of the OECD Committee. I would like to thank Mr. Hee Sung Na, CEO of Korean National Railway Corporation, for the kind invitation. I try to share my screen. Is it visible now?
We can see your slide, which is a circle of national flags. Is that correct?
Perfect. That is the first slide. Okay. First of all, please allow me to introduce our organization. OECD was established by the ministers responsible for railway transport in Sofia in 1956. Last year, we celebrated the 65th anniversary of the foundation of our organization. Operational length of OECD Railways network is 295,126 kilometers, including 142,675 kilometers of electrified lines. And traffic volumes of OECD Railways are 5.382 million tons of freight traffic and 3.513 million passengers. OECD has 29 member countries from the Eurasian region, as you see on this slide. It is my pleasure to mention that the Republic of Korea became the 29th member country of OECD in 2018. The accession of the Republic of Korea to OECD is very important to OECD. For OECD, the membership of the Republic of Korea makes our organization stronger and more effective. On this slide, the fields of main activities of our organization can be seen. They are the following: development and improvement of the international railway transport between Europe and Asia, development of continuous transport policy in the field of international railway traffic, improvement of international transport law administration of the agreements concerning international traffic by rail, SMGS and SMPS agreements, cooperation for the solution of the problems aspects of railway transport connected with the various fields, development of measures aimed at the increase of railway transport competitiveness, cooperation in the field of railway operation and technical matters connected with railway. Cooperation with the OECD is implemented at two levels: intergovernmental, represented by ministers of transport, and at the level of railway operators and infrastructure management, represented by director generals. The ministerial conference is the highest governing body of the organization, while the conference of director generals is the highest OECD steering body at the level of railways and railway undertakings. Thanks to the kind invitation of Korea, the 34th session of the Conference of Director Generals of OECD Railways was successfully held in April 2019 in the wonderful city of Seoul. I have to add that the Conference of Director Generals of OECD was organized last time in Seoul that way, that the participants took part in person in it before the start of the pandemic, COVID-19. According to the plans, next year, the 51st ministerial session is also planned to be held in Seoul. Hopefully, the situation in connection with the pandemic will allow us to organize this important event already in person. I'm convinced that the ministerial session will be organized in such a professional level, like the Conference of Director Generals of OECD Railways was organized by Korail 3 years ago. On this slide, the OECD working bodies can be seen. The OECD committee is the executive body of the organization. Each OECD member country has a representative in the OECD committee in Warsaw. We work within OECD is carried out in the frame of different commissions. It can be seen on the slide. There are 5 commissions. We have 2 permanent working groups and some ad hoc working groups which are focused for one special subject. On this slide, the OECD partners can be seen. Our organization has at present 6 observers and 42 affiliated enterprises from 16 countries. Observers have the right to take part in the ministerial sessions, while affiliated enterprises might represent themselves at the Conference of Director Generals of railway companies. OECD attaches great importance to cooperation with other international organizations. Cooperation with them are realized on the basis of memorandum of understandings. We have fruitful cooperation with OTIF, CIT, ERA, UIC, CCTT, just to mention some of them. 13 railway corridors have been operated within the OECD system since 1996. Geographically, they cover all OECD member countries. In order to increase the operational effectiveness of OECD corridors and improve passenger and freight transportation in international traffic, memoranda on cooperation in the field of technical, operational, and commercial development were developed for each OECD corridor. In 2020, work was in progress on the implementation of the comprehensive measures aimed at the improvement of transportation and the development of OECD transport corridors and the facilitation of border crossing procedures for international railway passenger and freight traffic, and also at an increase in the competitiveness of railways to invoke additional volumes of international transit traffic and provide a model shift in favor of carriage by rail on the transport market. On this slide, OECD corridor number 1 can be seen. This corridor runs through the territories of 11 countries: Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Belarus, Russia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, China, Mongolia, and North Korea. It is 24,800 kilometers long, including its branches, and this is the longest OECD corridor. I would like to mention an important ad hoc OECD working group, which deals with vocational training, education in the field of railway transport. This working group was established in year 2015 by the OECD ministers. According to the decision of the OECD ministerial session in year 2020, decisions on the statute of the OECD Academy and on the rules of procedure for the management of document registers of OECD in the field of vocational education and training were adopted, with entry into force on the 1st of November 2020. The document OECD Academic Procedure for Accreditation of Educational Organizations and Organizations Implementing Education and Procedure for Development and Implementation of the OECD Typical Education Programs were adopted by the ministers, OECD ministers last year. The ad hoc working group continues its work on drafting additional documents relating to the functioning and activities of OECD Academy and aimed at organizing and methodological provision of common approaches to the vocational education and training on the issues of application of the OECD normative regulatory documents regulating the implementation of international railway traffic. After the adoption of these documents by the OECD members, the practical work of the Academy can be started. Let me say some words about an ongoing work within OECD, which is also of great importance. This is the International Conference for the Adoption of the Text of the Convention on Direct International Railway Traffic. 6 sessions of the above conference have been held so far. The last was organized in March 2019 in Warsaw. The conference adopted the text of the convention and only a few articles of the convention itself remained for the consideration of the next sessions. Due to the pandemic COVID-19, unfortunately the 7th session couldn't be organized yet. In order to carry out this session in the near future, OECD committee keeps monitoring the pandemic situation, and I do hope that in autumn this year we will be able to organize this session. Even in the global COVID-19 pandemic situation, the volume of goods through international trains between Europe and Asia continues to increase. In 2020, container transportation through international railway between Europe and China was 1.14 million TEU, which is 56% increase to the previous year. However, due to various reasons, such as increase in volume, the average train speed between Europe and China was 936 km per day, which is 11% lower to previous year. OECD is making great efforts to solve the problem caused by the increase in the volume of international railways. In this regard, on the basis of the authorization of the Conference of Director Generals of OECD Railways in 2021, the agreement on the transportation of containers as part of container trains in international traffic was prepared by the interested railways of OECD in order to improve the efficiency and competitiveness of container transportation by international trains in the territory of OECD members. Korail also actively took part in this work. After the accession of 3 railways to the agreement, including Russian Railways, the agreement entered into force on the 1st of January this year. I would like to highlight that any rail carriers and organizers of container trains of OECD member countries can join the agreement at any time by submitting an application to the OECD committee. As it was already said, OECD is focusing on the development and improvement of the international railway transport between Europe and Asia, especially within the framework of the OECD corridors. 2 OECD leaflets, leaflet O plus R 302 on the regulation for forming and completing the comprehensive plan for the improvement of transportation and development of an OECD transport corridor, and leaflet O plus R 303 on the regulation for forming and completing the technical and operational certificate of an OECD railway transport corridor were finalized last year regarding the development and improvement of international railway transport between Europe and Asia within the framework of the OECD corridors. At this session, I would like to emphasize the importance of the possibility of Korea Railways joining to the OECD Corridor number 1 in order to promote cooperation between Korea Railroad and OECD members in the future. Currently, OECD Corridor number 1 is
Attila, you have 1 minute.
To the Korean Peninsula, and South Korea can join with the consent of OECD Corridor number 1 parties. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at the end of my speech, I would like to thank you once again for the possibility to take part in this important event on behalf of OSGD. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Attila, thank you very much, and that was perfectly timed. Great presentations. Thank you very much. They've shed some light. Let's drill down into the details. President Na, my questions are for you. Sanctions are a fact of life when it comes to North Korea. In terms of your trains, have you done a forensic examination of your rolling stock to ensure that South Korean trains are sanction compliant? Have you established a customs protocol which can ensure that your passengers are sanctions compliant? And thirdly, when it comes to freight transport, how do you deal with sanctions? Korea is a high-tech nation. Its exports are high-tech. Clearly, a lot of the freight that passes through Korea is not going to be sanctions compliant. What's the answer?
These are very critical and important questions. With respect to sanctions implementation or compliance, there were actually some sanctions in place, and of course we have very strong level of sanctions imposed upon the DPRK, but you can distinguish between these sanctions in terms of their severity and levels, and there are some high-level sanctions and some low-level sanctions, and we may go around. For instance, in 2000, there was the June 15 declaration, and even though there was some sanctions, we were able to carry out railroad reconnection project, and the way we did so was to provide supplies to North Korea so that they would modernize their railways themselves. And also we got some support from the UN command to examine the landmine situations in the DMZ. Of course, back then the sanctions were lighter, and now we have tougher sanctions in place. As I mentioned in my presentation, let's say coal or other bulk freight, there are lower level of sanctions, but for container freight that include high value added items, these are subject to very tough sanctions because they involve large companies like Samsung and LG, and these high-tech items are included for container freight. So for these high value added cargo freight, we cannot do anything about it because the sanctions are very severe. And we need to modernize North Korean railways, but massive modernization will not be possible currently under the current regime. So we may provide them with supplies and equipment and some resources so that they can modernize their railway. So we can be rather creative in going around the sanctions to do something about their railways, but still we need to be frank, and we need to be transparent, and we need to make all the necessary reports with respect to sanctions compliance. And of course, it's very challenging. It's not easy. But as I said before, we may send some supplies and resources to North Korea so that they can upgrade the most fragile and the weakest part of the rail network. And also we can continue to pursue some negotiations and compromise so that we can get some room for cooperation. And regarding the logistics and the goods transportation, we have a lot of sanctions, but I think we can promote people-to-people exchanges by train from Seoul. In the past, we focused more on goods transportation, but now things have changed because of the sanctions. Because of the sanctions, cargo freight and goods, they're very tricky and they're subject to tough sanctions. But as was mentioned by the Executive Secretary of OSJD, we have joined the OSJD, and OSJD has binding agreements. And SMPS and SMGS, these are agreements for passenger transportation and freight transportation. And SMPS is something that we need to pay attention to because these are about passenger transportation. Even though the DPRK is under the strictest sanctions, between Pyongyang and Moscow and between Pyongyang and Beijing, they can transport passengers, and these are not subject to sanctions. So we can utilize an international organization like OSJD so that we can allow passenger movement between Seoul and Pyongyang. And if that becomes possible, then from Seoul to Moscow, from Seoul to Beijing, we can expand the connection to move people around. And this may be a way to go around the sanctions. I think we need to take a step-by-step approach by examining the level of sanctions in place, and we need to be prepared for that.
Thank you very, very much. Professor Lee, let me turn to you, if I may. I hope you can see me. I can see you. Good, thanks. There is some dispute within South Korea in that who is really preventing this promising project from going ahead. We just talked about sanctions. From your perch, clearly South Korea wants to do it. Who do you think is more responsible for the inability to implement this thus far? Is it the fault of the North Koreans? Or is it the fault of the United States and the UN Command? Thank you.
현실적으로
Realistically speaking, I believe the biggest obstacle right now is the COVID-19 pandemic. Starting from January 2020, North Korea shut down its borders voluntarily. So it's not just South Korea, but China, Russia, the surrounding countries, the neighboring countries have not been able to promote any exchange with North Korea. So it is mainly because of the pandemic. But nevertheless, the Korean government has been trying to do something with North Korea. But the second problem has to do with the US. I believe that we need a case-by-case cooperation with North Korea as we have to discuss that with the US. Of course, ideally, we wish to have a comprehensive framework for cooperation, but every time we want to do something with North Korea, we would have to talk to the US and get their agreement, and then we will have to work with North Korea. So this is rather a case-by-case approach, which is not easy. Therefore, there is a lot of time-consuming discussion back and forth between the US and Korea before we can do anything to help North Korea. For instance, in 2019, we wanted to send Tamiflu to North Korea. This is a medical supply, so the US approved it, but the transportation method for Tamiflu was under the sanctions, so the US was not able to allow this. So here in South Korea, we had to send trucks to deliver Tamiflu to North Korea. But it took 3-4 months to get the permission for these trucks to be able to cross the DMZ. But the winter had already passed, and the North Korea did not want to get Tamiflu supplies any longer. So there were these procedural issues that took time, and we were not able to carry out this project efficiently. The third issue is that unlike in the past, the DPRK has been quite difficult in terms of receiving humanitarian assistance. They used to accept humanitarian assistance for the people, but now they seem to believe that it is actually about the pride of the regime accepting humanitarian assistance. So case in point is North Korea's refusal to receive pandemic or COVID vaccines from the international community right now.
지금 대북 지원과 남북 협력.
So, like I said before, the number one reason or the blame is the pandemic. And secondly, the U.S. has been very rigid and strict in implementing the sanctions. So the case-by-case approach is sometimes time-consuming and not efficient. And the third reason is that the North Korean regime, especially Chairman Kim, has been refusing to receive humanitarian assistance to keep its pride. Thank you.
Very much indeed. Francois, let me turn to you. I mean, in terms of your analysis of a possible future, what kind of value would the linking of the Korean railways to the global rail system add in terms of, I don't know, passenger capacity, freight capacity, maybe dollar value? Thanks.
Yes, well, I think there is really a lot of opportunity. Obviously, we have to take into account the fact that in this case, the flow of goods should be able to flow from south to North Korea and reverse. Well, we need to settle the diplomatic landscape. But indeed, the South Korean economy is very dynamic. So I think that, first of all, if the passenger flow that I suspect will be the easiest one for the beginning to start, that will be a huge opportunity for tourism and exchange between South Korea and the rest of the Asia. So I think we can think to new services, new way of thinking. I think there is really a will of the different networks to increase tourism by rail and to shift from aviation to railway transport. And I think that's really an opportunity to have in the game the South Korean part of the peninsula. And for freight, obviously, I think interconnecting South Korea to those international corridors that we have been referring to, both Satilakis and myself, is also a huge opportunity. There is a lot of exchange that can be foreseen. Indeed, as was said by Dr. Lee Esung, there is a possibility to open up direct access to European, but also for other Asian country market to South Korean product with more direct link. And as the railway path is shorter, and that we have been making a lot of productivity increase due to all the technical and organizational development that I was referring to in my presentation. I do think that normally should be really a driver for increasing the exchanging and the global economic prosperity in the whole area, definitely.
Yeah, thanks. It all sounds good, doesn't it? Attila, there has been a lot of discussion here about not just a rail corridor to relink South Korea with Eurasia, but also a road corridor and pipeline through to Russia. You know, your organization is very, very strong in Central Asia and the middle of the Eurasian continent. How feasible is a kind of trilateral transport corridor, road, rail, pipeline, in terms of the engineering and geographical challenges? Thanks.
Thank you for the question. I can talk about the measures that was taken by our organization to increase the competitiveness of international freight and passenger rail traffic in the Eurasian region. And in my presentation, I didn't touch the question of Team SMGS consignment note. As you know, there are several international agreements where OECD is the depository. These agreements were worked out by the OECD working groups and were approved by the governing bodies of our organization. Within the framework of OECD, as it was already mentioned, two basic and very important agreements are the Agreement on International Goods Transport by Rail, this is the SMGS agreement, and the Agreement on International Passenger Transport by Rail, this is the SMPS for passenger. And before, let me shortly introduce also the Team SMGS consignment node. Shipments from rail from east to west and vice versa frequently travel thousands of kilometers, and in Western and Central Europe, uniform law applies to rail transport. CIM is used, while in Eastern Europe, Russia, China, and parts of Asia, the SMGS agreement is used. During an OECD and SIT conference in 2005, was first put forward the idea of a SMGS consignment node, which significantly simplifies and speeds up freight transportation and is a bridge between languages and borders. And this is very important that the SMGS consignment node is also recognized custom transit and banking document. And it is used in paper or electronic form for block trains, wagon groups, single wagons for containers. And it was used for the first time in July 2006. The advantages of using the common consignment node are as follows. It reduces the delays at border crossing points. It reduces the freight costs for the sum of documents reissuing process. It simplifies custom procedures at the borders as it is accepted as a transit custom and bank document. It provides a strong legal guarantee as the route is clearly defined. The transport costs are divided, compensation provided in case of freight loss or damage. There is also no system errors in the documents reissuing process, and there is an overall reduction in document flow due to the possibility of using electronic version of the consignment node. In short, using Team SMGS consignment node and SMGS agreement significantly simplifies and speeds up freight transportation in international traffic, and, as it was already said, creates a bridge between languages and borders. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. That's my questions. How about the floor? Does anybody have a question? Please just make it as short as possible. We've got 10 minutes left. Ask your question and assign which panelist you would like to answer it. Do we have any questions from the floor? Please raise your hand. North Korean news, no questions? Sir, down here, please.
예, 안녕하세요.
Hello, I'd like to ask a question to Professor Chung-Chul Lee.
열차포라고
Recently,
발사를 하는
there was this weapon that North Korea developed that can launch from the top of the train, and it was reported in the North Korean newspaper, and it has not been commercialized yet, but if they do so, then we may be able to see the possibility of using the train for military purposes. So in order to prevent this, what can we do? And what can we discuss while we try to reconnect our railways?
네.
Thank you for the question. Yes, as you mentioned, North Korea is trying to launch a missile from the train, from the top of the train. I think we need to look at the two aspects. First of all, there aren't many sections of the railway where such trains can operate because this train has to carry a very heavy weight of the missile, and so this railway sections are very limited. And secondly, as you may have seen in the photos or the videos, such train will have to hide in the tunnel and then come out of the tunnel all of a sudden to fire a missile. So you can only imagine some sections in Chagang province where they can do so. Otherwise, in other places, such a tactic will not be possible. So there are very small, a few sections of the railways in North Korea where they can put down a rail track that can support the gravity and the weight And also, it has to be located in a place where the train can be hidden, and then all of a sudden come out to launch a missile. But I would like to argue that the ROK military is able to detect such movement using our own radar and our equipment. Therefore, this type of weapons that North Korea develops would not serve as an obstacle to inter-Korean railway reconnection project. And in the meantime, I think it is crucial for us to demonstrate the economic benefits of Trans-Korean Railway so that people can be convinced of the necessity of connecting the railways. But rather, I think we need to pay attention to other transportation vehicles that will deliver missiles and launching systems. So it is not just a train. Thank you.
Thanks, very interesting question. Anyone else? Anybody else? We've got 5 minutes left. Okay, let me finish with the last question then. Chairman, my question for you is, you know, your professionals, your engineers who have actually done their reconnaissance, they've done their survey inside North Korea. How would you assess the state of their rail line, and what kind of speeds do you expect your rolling stock could establish on the rail system in North Korea as it exists right now?
Well, within Korail, we did have a survey with our North Korean counterparts, and I also participated in these surveys as well. The Gyeonggi line actually is the same as it was 10 years ago. The Gyeonggi line connects Pyongyang with Beijing, and international routes are currently being used. And so we believe that the conditions are satisfactory. But the line on the eastern coast, we had the survey for the first time after the Korean War. In the past, it was very outdated, and the speed is same as a marathon runner, many people thought. But when we conducted the co-survey this time around, we could see that in the last 5 years, North Korea had made a great investment into the eastern coastline. And so it is almost on par with the Gyeonggi line connecting Pyongyang with Beijing. But if we talk about the speed, it may not be enough to have passenger transportation. In Korea, we have 300 kilometers per hour for passengers, and in China, 40,000 kilometers of high-speed railway is in use, but in North Korea, the speed is somewhere between 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. And so, rather than for passenger transportation, we believe that it would be more competitive for freight. So that would be the efficiency. If we take a look at the Trans-Siberian Railway, it is about 40 kilometers per hour. And for passenger vehicles, it's about 100 kilometers per hour. And so the business for passengers and freight is certainly very different. And if we take a look at the North Korean rails, it is outdated, but if we provide them with minimal support within a year or two, we believe that they will be on par with the global standards for freight transportation at least. And so, if we are able to resume our inter-Korean ties, and if issues are solved for quarantine issues related to COVID-19, then I believe that Korail would be able to provide the materials for sufficient infrastructure, perhaps connecting Seoul to Pyongyang for passengers, and further long routes, we can open them for freight.
Thank you very much indeed, President. And thank you very much, both those of you in front of me and those of you who've joined us on the internet for this session. I've been hearing about this project for about 20 years. I hope that within the next 20 years, we may actually see some real progress. This session is closed. Thank you.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the DMZ Peace Zone Session 1 of the PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022. I am Park Se-jung. Very nice to meet you.
요즘 시기가 참 어렵.
We're going through a different time, but thank you very much for joining us despite many difficulties. I would also like to express my thanks to the online participants.
자, 그럼 지금부터
Now, let us begin the DMZ Peace Zone Session 1 of the PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022.
DMZ 평화지
In this session, we're going to be discussing the DMZ Peace Zone and Green Détente. Now, I'd like to invite Mr. Kim Wang-bae, Standing Chair of People for Earth, who will serve as a moderator. Please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 그럼 대표님께
Now, I will hand over the mic to Mr. Kim.
예, 금방 소개받은
As introduced, I am Kim Wang-bae. I'm serving as Standing Chair of the People for Earth.
기후 온난화의 시대 또
We're living in the era of climate change and biological degradation.
어느 한 국민
But this is a global challenge that cannot be addressed by any single country. This global issue encompasses and goes beyond the national borders, and it has become a planetary issue.
평화의 문제와
But I would also like to argue that this is related to peace, the issues and the nexus of peace and climate change, and the peace and ecological degradation. But as you may know, the international community is still dealing with struggle and tension and conflicts and confrontation. But without peace, we will never be able to address climate issues. And climate and ecology can only be addressed when we have peace.
우리가 아는 것처럼
In this context, the Korean Peninsula is a place where you can still find the remnants of the Cold War.
들여다볼 수 있는
And the Korean Peninsula is a place where we need to zoom in on to understand the relations between climate change, ecology, and peace. In this regard, we're going to be discussing this topic of DMZ Peace Zone and Green Détente.
스피커들을
We have invited very special speakers and a panel member. First of all, Professor An Byung-jin of Kyunghee University.
멀리서
Second, from abroad, we have Mr. Costa Constantinou, Professor of International Relations at the University of Cyprus, and Mr. Jung Wong-sik, Director of Peace Network, and Ms. Lee Yong-ju, Attorney at Law at One Law Partners.
각 선생님들이 한 20분 정도
I would like to give each speaker 20 minutes for their presentation.
특별히 시간을 좀
I would once again like to ask you to keep your time limit of 20 minutes per speaker.
As the first speaker, we will be inviting Professor An Byung-jin of Kyunghee University.
한반도에서의 어떤 그
On the Korean Peninsula,
정치로서의
concerning the biocracy, we have a presentation prepared by Professor An. Professor An Byung-jin is a professor at Kyunghee University, and he also was the person in charge of strategies at Kyunghee University. And at the New School for Social Research, he received his doctorate degree on U.S. presidential elections, and he also is an awardee of various prestigious awards. So he majored in U.S. politics and Korean politics, and so he is quite knowledgeable about leadership in transition in both countries. And he is a well-known figure that appears very often as a columnist on various media outlets of Korea. Professor An, can you hear us well? Yes, I can hear you very well. So, Professor, we would like to ask you to limit your presentation to about 20 minutes. Thank you very much for the warm introduction. Let me share my presentation slides with you.
제 발표문 잘
Can you see my presentation slides?
발표문이 아직 잘 안 보여.
It seems that we are not able to see them. Can you see his presentation slides? Yes, we can see your slides finally. Yes.
잘 보이시죠?
So can you see them well?
자, 그러면 발표
So let me start with my presentation. Yes, please proceed.
예. 제가 오늘 발표할
So today I would like to talk about
이라기보다는요.
a green détente. So it is talking about our ideology, our value systems that enable a détente. I want to review the circumstances for a détente, and I believe that by reviewing these circumstances, we can start our détente on a firm philosophical basis. So that is the approach that I have for this presentation. This actually is in line with the presentation by Dr. Hwang Jin-seok in session 3. So in that presentation, we talked about a framework of thinking. And so what I would like to do is to talk about the philosophical platform for a détente. Before my presentation, I had an opportunity to chat with Dr. Konstantinos before the session. And we talked more about the Ukrainian situation. That's because everyone is now focused on the Ukrainian situation. Unfortunately, it seems that we are envisioning a very dark scenario. In the 90s, we had an excessive expansion of NATO. This is how naive neoliberalism is. And this is colliding with the ambitions of Putin. Why is this important? Because in order for a green détente to be possible, whether it be authoritarianism, whether it be liberalism, we have to realize that all of these thoughts have limitations. And so the Ukrainian situation actually reveals a reality that makes green détente very difficult. And as we can see in the Ukrainian situation, the ideology fragmentation in each country is leading to a malfunctioning of diplomacy. And it seems that bipartisan diplomacy is becoming more and more difficult, which translates into the difficulty of achieving green détente. The Ukrainian situation also shows how difficult it is to transform into the climate regime. Well, in Europe, they have the issue of the natural gas system. And so it shows that it's very difficult to transform into the climate regime. And in the long term, we also have to think about how the civic society needs to readjust their philosophical background. And that is the only way that a green détente would be possible. And so, in order to think about a green détente, there are themes that we have to think about. Around the world, those who are studying international politics are discussing whether this is an era of new Cold War or not. We cannot say that it's not a new Cold War, but at the same time, it goes beyond such simply being a strategic war. And so that is why green détente is becoming very difficult. Climate, you may think, is a cooperative theme, but it's actually a little bit more complicated. At times, climate may not be a cooperative theme, but it's actually becoming a tool for hegemonies. For China, it's being used as a tool for hegemony, and for the US, it's being a tool to keep China constrained. And so that's why cooperation and collaboration is becoming more difficult. And the sanction regime designed by the US needs to be overcome in order to make dialogue on green détente possible. All of the dialogue right now is bottled up in climate and sanctions and COVID-19. And there is overly optimistic views that sanctions can be given up easily. And there's also dialogue within Korea that we need to have liberal spaces on par with the EU. But can we actually have a liberal space for democracy on par with the EU on the Korean Peninsula? Well, if we think that everything is decisive, that's dangerous. But if we say that we have too much liberalism beyond what we can afford, that also is very dangerous. And so we need to have a clear understanding of our situation. And the last theme that we have to think about is concerning the future denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. It seems that some people believe that a peace regime is possible, but on the other side, there are other people who believe that arms reduction in North Korea is possible, but a denuclearization with a peace regime is impossible. What we need to decide is what we wish to see, and we need to move in that direction. It seems that I'm being bleak about my future expectations, but the situation for a green détente is very difficult. Ever since the failure of Hanoi, it seems that Kim Jong-un has been realizing the difficulty of the international circumstances, and Hanoi and the Ukrainian situation is now showing everybody the importance of having nuclear weapons, unfortunately. And the role of South Korea as a mediator is becoming smaller and smaller. And in this great transition, it seems that US is becoming less of a superpower, and that in itself has its ups and downs. According to some scholars, whoever takes office in the US, they have an impossible presidency, meaning that they cannot have full control of international politics as they used to. And after the general elections in the US also has to think about the rebirth of Trumpism, as well as the heightening tension between Ukraine and Russia. And we need to solve these tensions in order to have a green détente, but we will see heightened tension before we solve these tensions. We have to think about the Cuban situation of the 60s. John F. Kennedy was fixated on the Cold War regime, and he was fixated on the thoughts centered around the Cold War framework. And at America University, he has a war after the post-Cold War, and this is actually deemed to be one of the best speeches of any president around the world because he expresses how we need peace. He says, "We all breathe the same air. Around the world, we all breathe the same air. And so we are a community of the same fate." And he actually realizes this only after World War III. So when will Biden actually be able to go through the post-Cold War rather than live in the Cold War framework? Putin, when will he actually become a wise Khrushchev? And Xi Jinping, in this situation of the US on the decline, is being quite aggressive. When will he become a practical Deng Xiaoping? And when will Kim Jong-un become a communist
that is on par with the communism of Vietnam. Unless we achieve these goals, it's very difficult to achieve a green détente. So it looks very bleak, but academic research these days, whatever your political affiliation, whatever your country's governance looks like, we have to focus on the devotion and consciousness of the citizens. And this is something that is quite well proven within the academia. On March 9th, we will vote for the next president of the Republic of Korea. The Latin origin of vote is devotion. And so, what are the citizens devoted to is more important than amending the constitution. And this is the same for green détente. If the green détente is to continue, we need to have continuous devotion of the citizens. We need not only the contributions of the scientists, but we also have to think about the emotions of the people, going beyond their logical thinking. This is what we need to focus on. And quite fortunately, we are thinking about the peace treaty as well as various theoretical background for green détente. Recently, feminism is also being combined with coexistence and neo-materialism, and it seems that various theories for justice can function as resources for a green détente. And so, taking this into consideration, we will be hearing from Professor Chung-wook-sik and Ms. Lee Young-ju, and they will be talking about detailed agendas, and we actually have the theoretical background to combine the abstract with the tangible. And it seems that around the world, including Korea, including Israel, and other countries around the world, we are thinking about climate citizenship, and that actually is becoming a great theoretical breakthrough for a green détente. And I'm also a member of People for Earth, and Thomas Berry, he has a well-known theory for ecology, and his theory is the background for People for Earth. We also talked about these issues in the 3 o'clock session. The new peace treaty is not a treaty centered around people, but it is a treaty that is centered around all living things on Earth that is going beyond democracy, called biocracy. And when we have the viewpoint of biocracy in a civic society, then green détente can propel forward. And we can also imagine new things in the DMZ. I mentioned that even cranes can become stakeholders in this green détente. And if we take a look at materialistic peace theories, that actually inspired many people around the world. It seems that Baltung's theories are forgotten in Korea. With the exception of a few universities, we are not continuing to evolve academic studies on Baltung, but Johann Baltung is the source of these theories. And at first, it was very difficult to approach this from a civilizational theory by Galtung, but it seems that around the world, civilization and great transformation is at the core of all messages of leaders. Can we have a green détente by the policies of Biden? Can we have a green détente by having China at the center of the world as Xi Jinping is intending? We need to make sure that everyone realizes their limitations and come up with a common theory for peace. On the way to a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula, one of the most difficult roadblocks is the different approach from the two Koreas concerning human rights. So this is very different because authoritarianism is not interested in human rights. Going back to Galtung, we need to find common ground from a civilization perspective. And so I have very abstract things that I'm sharing with you today. But the peace regime that we wish to create with the whole world on the Korean Peninsula is not based on past regimes, but it actually should include civilization according to Galtung. And it should not only include logical agendas, but it also should encompass logical aspects from citizens. I would like to name this biocratic emotions. If we have an agenda without the emotions, without aesthetics, that agenda is not a living agenda. And so, I believe that now is the time to talk about aesthetics. And I talked about the limitations of Western liberalism. In China, we talk about Confucianist constitutionalism, and in Europe, we talk about a system going beyond what we have today. We talk about the attorney of nature, sustainability councils. And so, we need to go beyond what we can normally imagine from democracy. Thomas Piketty pointed this out very well. The governance structure of well-known private universities in the US are not democracies, but we never call them not sustainable. They're actually very sustainable universities. Harvard is a very sustainable university, even though they are not using a democratic system for governance. And so we need to indeed widen our imagination. Of course, the current values will make it very difficult, but in the future, those who are outside of the mainstream will create that future. Thomas Berry is a scholar that People for Earth was very interested in, but nobody was familiar with Thomas Berry at that time. But currently in Korea, many people are interested in Thomas Berry. The Roman Club talked about how it is high time for new things to be born in crisis. So, this means that it's because our views are not elaborate enough. And so, what we need to do is to utilize the energy, the collective energy that we have. And using this collective energy, we can dream of new things. I have 2 minutes left. And here are the 5 tasks for Green Détente. And because we have Professor Constantino and Professor Chung-wook-sik here today with us, we need to think about Green Détente in Korea. We need to think about biodiplomacy. Well, it seems that there are not many scholars in Korea who research these topics, and the research institutes are non-existent, and so we need to make sure that we collaborate with Professor Constantino, and through think tanks, maybe we can have a crowdfunding for such a think tank. And in conclusion, I would like to quote from Mary Oliver, who is a poet. All forms of creation does not help with the world to move, but it helps the world move forward. And amazing things happen on the edge, and all of the attention is created into tangible results by working from the edges. And so, I believe that we need to create something new from the intangible. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. Professor An Byung-jin was very clear in his suggestions and in his explanations with his very clear voice. And so we need to go beyond the current democratic system to include all forms of life in the form of biocracy. In order to achieve biocracy, what we need are the emotions of the citizens. And as Professor An has mentioned, we need biocratic emotions.
또 시간이 되면
If time allows, we hope to listen to Professor An again.
Next, I would like to invite Professor Constantinou from Cyprus, University of Cyprus.
교수님이십니다. 코스타스 지금
Professor Constantinou
콘스탄티누 교수님은 지금 현재
is currently teaching at the University of Cyprus. He is teaching international relations. So he's an expert on conflict, international relations, and international politics and law.
특히 평화와 관련돼서
In particular, he has been conducting research on peace and ecology.
오늘 교수님을
So it is our honor to have Professor Constantinou here in this session. Thank you for your participation. We are discussing this notion of green détente. And as Professor An proposed, I hope that we will expand our exchanges and cooperation with you and your research team so that we can develop our ideas. So, Professor Constantinou, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Good morning from Cyprus. I'm delighted to join you again for this conference organized by People for Earth. Last year I gave a more theoretical presentation. This year I will give a more focused empirical presentation on the experiences of protecting the buffer zone in Cyprus. I really appreciate very much Professor Kyung-hee's presentation just now, the discussion on green détente, which I missed in the earlier sessions, but the elaboration and the importance of actually developing ways of connecting peace building and environmental conservation is indeed very important. Let me share my screen first to help my actual presentation. Can you see my screen now? Yes? Thank you.
Yes.
The United Nations buffer zone in Cyprus is actually a good illustration for the environmental challenges relating to peace building in divided countries and conflict zones. It has constrained human activity for almost 5 decades and has transformed parts of the buffer zone into a safe haven for biodiversity, which is, of course, an unintended consequence of the division of the island, very much like the division of Korea and the demilitarized zone. Note that this is in stark contrast to most of the island of Cyprus, which has been on the track of intense development and environmental degradation. Even in areas which have been designated for environmental protection outside the buffer zone, there are continuous pressures for the so-called benign development that is necessary to support liberal economy, real estate ventures, and the tourist economy in Cyprus. Let me give you some preliminaries to get you acquainted with the buffer zone in Cyprus, which was established as a ceasefire line on the 14th of August, 1974. And since then, it is under the authority of UNFICYP, which is the United Nations peacekeeping force in Cyprus. The buffer zone divides the island into 2 parts. The southern part, which is controlled by the internationally recognized Republic of Cyprus, and the northern part, controlled by the unilaterally declared and internationally unrecognized Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. Consequently, the buffer zone provides a border between a de jure and a de facto state, the former state defining it as a temporary limit of authority, and the latter as an international border. And I think this is significant in terms of challenges of environmental protection and long-term conservation. The Cyprus buffer zone stretches for 180 kilometers and occupies 3% of the island's total land. In some areas, it is only a few meters wide, as you can see from the map, especially in the walled city of Nicosia. It might simply be a street separating the two sites, while in other parts, the width can extend several kilometers. There are even a few abandoned villages within the buffer zone, but also 4 fully functioning villages within the buffer zone, including a village named Pila, which is a mixed village where Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots live together. It's a very interesting place. And as a result of this exceptionality of the buffer zone in Cyprus, we have special arrangements that have been negotiated within UNFICYP for access to civilians, especially to their villages, but also for particular civilian uses that I'm going to show you now. You will see actually that unlike the Korean demilitarized zone, the Cyprus buffer zone is not an inaccessible, sealed-off area. It has certainly limited human access, significantly limited human access, but the United Nations has been issuing civilian use permits. The demining of parts of the buffer zone over the last years have made it even more amenable to human activity, including farming, grazing, and various activities, beekeeping, for example, which is now taking place in the buffer zone. In addition, since the opening of the checkpoints in Cyprus, this de facto border has opened up after 29 years of not allowing Cypriots to cross the buffer zone, except for certain humanitarian purposes. The opening of the checkpoints in 2003 has made it possible for security concerns to be significantly decreased and made the buffer zone even more accessible in particular areas. Okay, in some areas, tensions may persist, but overall, it's an area where if you have a civilian permit, you can very easily join enter the buffer zone. To that extent, contrary to, again, the demilitarized zone in Korea, local demands for access to the buffer zone increase and are being negotiated between property owners, local communities, and UNFICYP. Please note that the mandate of the United Nations peacekeeping force in Cyprus is not limited to the maintenance of peace. If you see the resolution of the Security Council that established UNFICYP, Resolution 186 of 1964, charged UNFICYP also as necessary to contribute to the maintenance and restoration of law and order and a return to normal conditions. And this aspect is very important, the idea of returning to normal conditions and the UN having a mandate actually to help civilians to return to normal conditions. Given that over the years, the Cyprus conflicts transformed from a violent to a post-violent conflict, at least with regard to physical violence, And UNFICIP is under constant local pressure to support the return to normal conditions, at least within the buffer zone, which it has actual control. UNFICIP has progressively done so, and besides agricultural permits, it has given permission for the building of houses, photovoltaic parks, a motorway, a mall, and even a British university. Although this situation should not be idealized, it is important to realize that the Cyprus buffer zone is not politically and socially static, but keeps changing under the rationale of normalization. The normalization of the conflict, the normalization of the conditions of living of individuals. From this perspective, and from the perspective of ecological diplomacy, there have been bottom-up and even top-down initiatives for the environmental protection of the buffer zone, and some areas have been declared Natura 2000. Nonetheless, environmental protection is considered challenging or not politically feasible given the lack of governmental control and the temporary character of the buffer zone, as I said earlier. Resisting a kind of a romanticized representation of the buffer zone as a sanctuary for wildlife, as an environmental heaven. Government officials, which we have interviewed, put it, and I have a quote here for you to see, in very unequivocal terms, clear terms, that we do not want to perpetuate a kind of a narration of having the Greeks living on the one side, the Turks on the outside, or on the other side, and actually having a kind of a peaceful, a green détente, if you like, a peaceful ecological space of wildlife thriving in the middle. This has been something that a number of people, including those who are interested in building conditions for reuniting the island, very much resisted this idea of kind of making the situation permanent. But let me give you one specific example of rewilding from a case where I have conducted research, namely the village of Varisha in the buffer zone, where nature took over following the forceful depopulation of the village in 1974. And the accidental creation of a nature refuge in the buffer zone around the village is a prime example of lateral or collateral conservation. This unintended conservation that can take place on the side of peacekeeping. It is linked to the emblematic mouflon, a wild sheep which inhabits the Troodos Mountains and is currently protected under Cypriot and European law. And while the mouflon was under severe extinction in the 1970s, it found shelter in the green corridors that emerged with the creation of the buffer zone. All of the inhabitants of this village of Varisha fled from the advancing Turkish army, and the village became an extension of its ecologically important surroundings, undisturbed by human presence as well as agricultural activity. A 2010 biodiversity survey suggested that Varisha has the highest species richness in Cyprus, this area within the buffer zone. The existence of the buffer zone in this area has been especially critical for the success of the mouflon's breeding and protection programs. And in the late 1990s, the population of mouflons increased to around 800, from around 800 to 3,000, about 3,000 animals nowadays. Whilst the buffer zone ecologically helps the protracted conflict in Cyprus does not allow for the close monitoring of harmful practices emanating across the Green Line, for the implementation of environmental regulations relating to the protection of the mouflons. So on the one hand, we have a very interesting attempt to protect the mouflons, but the condition of the buffer zone, which does not allow for proper governmental controls, can create problems. For example, it is difficult to monitor the stop of illegal grazing of sheep from the one or the other side, which sometimes carry diseases and graze without permit and can create problems for the health of wildlife. Also, the other important question is, how do the internally displaced villagers feel about this? And I interviewed some people during my research, and I can tell you that they have mixed feelings over leaving their ancestral homes and habitats entirely to wildlife. You can see some villagers that I visited from a couple of years ago. I visited the village with them, with the permission that we got. And whereas for now, there are no plans for the return of the displaced inhabitants to their village and agricultural land, it will definitely create conservation challenges if this were to happen. The optimistic scenario will be that effective ways will be devised of cohabiting with the mouflons and wildlife, respecting the rich biodiversity of the area. But the pessimistic scenario, the more kind of neoliberal scenario, will be the granting of licenses for rapid development that will supposedly bring quick economic benefit to the local community, to displaced people, to people who have been disadvantaged, and this in line with development patterns elsewhere in Cyprus. So to conclude, the dilemmas that I have identified in the village of Varisha are replicated elsewhere in the Cyprus buffer zone. And from this perspective, ecological diplomacy creates considerable ambivalence. On the one hand, the conservation benefits are valorized, and quite rightly. On the other hand, there is pressure to so-called normalize the buffer zone, which is interpreted as allowing the kind of social and economic activities that are possible elsewhere in Cyprus. And to that extent, the buffer zone illustrates, I believe, the paradoxes of conservation practices in unintended ecological zones. The greening of the buffer zone is far from a straightforward peace-building affair. Entangled with questions of historical violence and injustice, its ecological benefit is predicated upon the continuation of human displacement. In addition, environmental policy and local interests and idiosyncrasies need to be conferred upon and negotiated given the status of the buffer zone, that is to say, as a temporary zone that someday will cease to exist come a comprehensive settlement of the Cyprus conflict. So peace as well as ecological discourses and practices, in this case, actively produce and reconstruct the social meaning of the buffer zone. This does not mean, of course, that conservation practices in the buffer zone are not significant or indeed supportive of peace building. Local environmental groups and activists, as well as a bi-communal technical committee for the environment, have flagged conservation efforts, and this can indeed be a model of intercommunal collaboration in other areas. However, in the absence of a comprehensive settlement of the Cyprus problem, these projects have recently been scaled down because their primary goal has always been peace building, not ecological conservation. Ecological conservation was not seen as an end in itself, more as a means to peace building in Cyprus, to building a peace between humans rather than a peace between humans and nature. In other words, the environment was not approached in its own terms and only instrumentalized in the context of interethnic conflict and as a means of achieving a Cyprus peace settlement. While not accepting the status quo as a solution to the problem, stakeholders, including environmentalists, connect the buffer zone environment with the wider dynamics of the conflict and highlight the continuous deliberation between transitional justice and ecological justice. To that extent, the violence or the justness of conservation in the buffer zone is diversely understood and talked about in Cyprus. For some locals, environmental conservation can even be seen as a new displacement, ethnic cleansing by other means, an insidious form of disassociating humans and national communities from their historical habitats, adding another layer of injustice. And this, as you can imagine, is a very serious charge and a very serious challenge for ecologists to respond to. A very, they need to be able to do justice, ecological justice, whilst not doing an injustice to people who have suffered due to displacement. So for more ecologically sensitive humans, of course, the protecting of and the greening of the buffer zone is kind of ecological justice for non-humans that have themselves experienced violence in the past, both the fast and the slow violence of the Anthropocene, which, as we know, we can see it, of course, in the local, at the local level. Of course, we can see it globally as well. So, for others, overall, which may wish for a more balanced approach, taking due regard of the history of interethnic conflict and the violence of interethnic conflict into account, conservation in the buffer zone ought to be the way forward, but assuming that it follows meaningful dialogue with local communities, the victims of past violence, and of course, it will require the consent of displaced humans who are part of the environment. Thank you. I think I will end here. Thank you very much for your attention.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. He discussed the implications of history and displacement, and he made a comparison between the DMZ and the buffer zone in Cyprus and all these potential possibilities that we can consider. Thank you very much for your presentation.
The next presentation will be by Director Chung Woo-sik of Peace Network, and he is also the person in charge of the 한겨레 Peace Research Center. He is researching people and peace, and he is a peace activist. And from last year, he has been serving as the director for the 한겨레 Peace Research Center. He is researching various aspects of peace, including the US-ROK alliance, as well as issues related to North Korea.
또 흥미진진의 핵의 세계사, 핵의
And he has written various books concerning nuclear weapons. Your presentation, please.
예, 따뜻한 소개 말씀 감사합니다.
Thank you for the warm introduction.
돕고 말씀드리는 것이
Well, I think I could deliver my message better if I take off my mask, so I will proceed without a mask. We have Governor Choi Mun-soon sitting in the audience today.
기차를 타고 평창에 오면서
Last year and this year, I took the train down to PyeongChang, and my head was filled with various thoughts. We are living in an era of crisis, but in 2018, we had the peaceful PyeongChang Winter Olympics, and we have vivid memories of the Olympics.
오늘 행사처럼
In the South,
올림픽을 기억하고 싶은 간접
we have events like today to try and remember the PyeongChang Winter Olympics. But in the North, it seems that they want to erase this memory. And so this actually feels quite unfortunate.
그리고 또 앞에 두 선
We have already heard from two presenters,
두 가지 역설을 좀
and it seems that two things are quite ironic.
냉전 우리가 냉전을
First, how should we view the Cold War?
설명이 가능하겠지.
It could be explained from various aspects.
핵무기를
But during the Cold War era, we need to remember nuclear weapons.
또 핵무기를
And the end of the Cold War also goes hand in hand with nuclear weapons. That is quite ironic.
쿠바 미사일 위기를 계기
We talked about the 62 Cuba missile incident, and that actually led to a change in thought by JF Kennedy.
핵무기가 늘어나고 확
So we have the expansion of nuclear weapons, and in this process, we start to realize that perhaps nuclear weapons may lead to the end of the survival of human beings. And that actually led to the Détente during the Cold War era, which brought about the end of the Cold War era.
그것과 연동된 문제로서
And in relation to that,
더 나가서 지구
nuclear weapons is a threat to the survival of human beings and the Earth itself. So the former Soviet Union and the US competed over each other, but they were able to cooperate because of this fear of nuclear weapons. If we take a look at the current situation today, climate crisis plays the same role. So everybody talks about how climate change can threaten the survival of human beings, and it can threaten the survival of the Earth itself. If so, then as nuclear weapons open the way for cooperation between the countries that were at war during the Cold War, can the same be done through climate change? Is this possible through climate change? If we were to make it possible, what do we need to do? But there is one decisive difference. The fear of nuclear weapons could be controlled, and it is reversible. So depending on what we do, the fear of nuclear weapons can be controlled, and it is reversible. But what about climate crisis? If we go beyond the tipping point, once we go there, it is irreversible. And so it will become an irreversible crisis. So we need to act before it is too late. And many people could relate to that.
DMZ와 한반도의 역설이
And we also have to think about the irony of the DMZ and the Korean Peninsula. You could have different views about the Moon administration's policies for North Korea. But in the DMZ, we do have demilitarization of this area as well as a more peaceful utilization thanks to various agreements between the two Koreas. We were able to take steps forward for denuclearization and peace in DMZ. But arms is actually building across the Korean peninsula, with the exception of the DMZ. So we are adding more weapons on the Korean peninsula. That is quite ironic.
제가 오늘 발표 주제가 그린 데탕트.
My topic is green détente, and previous speakers also mentioned green détente. The expression of green détente came to mind last summer. It was around August. And as you're well aware, at that time, the whole world was suffering from extreme weather conditions. US and China were not an exception. And so, climate crisis, it really is a threat to our very survival. That is something that I realized once again last summer. And I do remember, and I hope that you all remember, that last year the heads of the two Koreas exchanged letters and the hotlines were reconnected. And we started to hope that inter-Korean relations would improve. But with the decision of the US ROK joint exercises, that actually failed. If we take this reality into consideration, I thought we need to have an expression that can bring all of these issues into one concept. And that is why I came up with green détente. It seems that around the world, the word expression green détente is not used all that often. But during the Lee Myung-bak administration and Park Geun-hye administration, from time to time, green détente was an expression that was used. This was because the climate issue is becoming aggravated, and so if the two Koreas could cooperate over climate issues, then we could reduce tension between the two Koreas. So it's a very functional approach, and there was a big precondition. We need to solve the nuclear issue in North Korea. But the green détente that I am suggesting is very different. It starts with disarmament. It starts with reducing military activities to reduce carbon emissions in order to respond to climate crisis, and also so that it will translate into reducing tension. And I started to search materials and documents. So we have many military bases around this area. And so often you can see military trucks or tanks going by, and they do emit a lot of exhaustion gas, and that all equals carbon emissions. I looked up some information, and I couldn't find this information for Korea, but around the world, data says that carbon emissions from military activities is about 5 to 6% of global emissions. So that fact was something that I could search. So in November, President Moon went to Glasgow, and he talked about how we should have cooperation between the two Koreas for forestry by planting trees in order to cut carbon emissions. And when that suggestion was made in Glasgow, 200 jets from the US and Korea were in a joint military exercises in the air of Korea. And so the carbon emitted by these 200 jets, in order to compensate for that, how many trees need to be planted? And I calculated that, and it seems that we have to actually plant 450,000 30-year-old pine trees in order to offset the carbon emitted from 200 jets involved in the joint military exercise. So we have to look at these issues together. When we think about climate crisis, we always think about how it is a common threat to all existence on Earth. In order to respond to that, we need bold political decisions. And at the core of those political decisions is that when we come up with any policy, when we implement policies, we need to mainstream climate change. But there's one exception.
군사 활동.
And that is military activities. And that is military activities. And so I tried to look this up. In 1997, in Kyoto of Japan, the Kyoto Treaty was negotiated. And towards the end of the negotiations, the US starts to lobby and push so that military activities would be excluded from the Kyoto Treaty. And so US starts to persuade their allies, and that is why military activities were excluded from the Kyoto Protocol. And in that process, there was a lot of lobby activities by US military organizations, and that was actually released by documentation recently. And at the center of these activities was Dick Cheney, who was the vice president for the Bush Jr. and also a minister during the Bush Sr. administration. And later on, that became an issue. Then we go to the Paris Treaty. And so partially it was reflected. But the conclusion is that voluntary reporting of military activities is possible. So that means that you can report it, but you can choose not to. And you do not need to have your figures verified because it's on a voluntary basis. So we can see two things. Military activities in itself is a big loophole in climate crisis. So we are working to cut carbon emissions in all areas with the exception of military activities. And we have more and more military activities around the world. Look at the Ukrainian situation. So we are preparing for war, and so Russia and all of the Western countries are mobilizing their military forces, and that all emits carbon. And if a war to break out, what about the carbon emitted during the war? And then also the carbon emitted in the reconstruction process. All of that adds up to immense amount of carbon emissions. So we always talk about a peaceful solution to the Ukrainian situation, but we also have to add the climate perspective.
생각을 좀 갖게 되는 것이고요.
Those are my thoughts.
기후위기 대처에 거대한 구멍이 되고
But military activities remain as a large loophole in climate crisis. So on Earth, it seems like military activities are on a completely separate planet. That is the perspective that we have currently by excluding military activities.
또 말씀드리면 제가 그 아까 우리 김영배 대표님
We also heard from Chairman Kim Wang-bae, and I became a peace activist a long time ago. And I don't think there has been any other time in history when the Korean people wish to become a military powerhouse.
더군다나 이것이 지금 문재인 정부 들어서
And during the Moon administration,
총액이
in the 5 years, the military expenditures is almost as high as the increase during the Lee administration and the Park administration. And now we have a record high military expenditure. We currently have the situation of COVID-19, which is a very severe crisis. And despite the severe crisis, we have the historically high military expenditure, but no one criticizes this. And if someone criticizes this, if I criticize this vocally and I openly, then I would be criticized by many people.
탄소를 배출하고 있다.
Military exercises have immense amounts of carbon emissions. If we become aware of this, then is there a possibility that people would change their mind about building military power? Well, that really is a totally different topic that I wish to discuss, if there are any opportunities. Well, the younger generation, they have a very high awareness of climate issues, but at the same time, they have aspirations for Korea to become a military powerhouse. And if the two cannot go hand in hand, what would people say?
미중 전략
And if we take a look at the G2 competition, what would be the strategic choice of Korea?
예를 들면
For example, in the Taiwan Strait, if there were to be a military conflict, and if the US would become involved, I think there is a 90% chance that automatically Korea would become involved because you have the US forces in Korea. And if there is an issue in the Taiwanese Strait, the US forces in Korea would be involved. And North Korea, they would also need to make a choice because if they do not move, then that would impact their relations with China, their only ally. And if they would make a military choice, then they would get involved in this war, and that would mean that the Korean War would once again become involved in a war between power surrounding the Korean Peninsula. And that would mean that we would be sandwiched in this situation. But now, to the international community, including the US and China, we are in a position where we can suggest agendas. And I believe that that agenda should be green détente. So,
나라들을 상대로 해서 우리가 얘기할 수 있는 단순
it seems that what we can say to Russia, China, and the US, the Earth is becoming more and more difficult to live on. And so we should not fight over what we have on Earth, but we should collaborate to make Earth a better place to live. And we need to make a practical choice to reduce military activities. Now is a time for Korea to voice our opinions. I don't know if it'll work, but I think we need to have transitional thoughts in this aspect.
국제적인 문제입니다.
So it's an international issue, it's a global issue, and it's an Earth issue.
일국 차원의 노력으로서는 이게
And so it cannot be done by any single country. But I hope that we can start to form a consensus within our society and engage the world. Because Korea is an area that is very vulnerable to climate change because the average temperature rise in Korea is much faster than other countries in the world. And Korea is where we have one of the most active military activities. If we take those two factors into consideration, whatever the way it may be, we need to voice our opinions so that we can all work together to reduce military activities in order to help respond to climate change through green détente. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So the topic is becoming quite passionate, but now we go to our last panelist. It seems that at 6:25, I need to end the dialogue, but because we started 3 minutes late, and because we are just about to go into these hot topics, maybe we can use a little bit more time.
Finally, I'm going to invite Ms. Lee Young-ju, attorney at law at the One Law Partners, and she's also a member of the Special Committee for Environment in Gyeonggi Province, and she has been participating in various forums on environment and ecology. And she's going to be discussing the legal aspects of the DMZ Peace Zone and Green Détente. I'm sorry that we're running short on time, so I hope that you can speed up in your presentation. Thank you. Hello, everyone. As introduced, I am Young-ju Lee. I would like to express my thanks to the moderator and the speakers. I learned a lot from the presentations, and I was able to open up my eyes and saw from different angles. I'm also very happy to be part of this session that is very meaningful because we're discussing the nexus between peace and ecology. And I hope that my presentation will make a contribution as well. Let me share my slides.
네, 보이시나요, 화면?
Can you see my slide?
네, 화면 보이시나요?
Can you see it? Yes.
저 제가 오늘 발표할 부분은 이제
So in my presentation, I'm going to be discussing some legal aspects and legal issues. These may sound quite grandiose, but there has been lack of research on this topic. And as for this presentation, I just wanted to offer some food for thought because I want everyone to think about this aspect. First of all, we need to discuss the surrounding context of the DMZ, and we may discuss the DMZ and the surrounding areas, but I like to focus more on the DMZ itself so that we can understand the legal issues that we need to address in realizing the DMZ peace zone and a green détente. This is a very simple fact, but as you may know, the DMZ was created as a result of the Korean Armistice Agreement that was signed in 1953, and it is often called the Armistice Treaty or the Truce Agreement. But you all know that the DMZ is located in the middle of the Korean Peninsula. But as was mentioned by Professor Constantine, there is a buffer zone in Cyprus, and there's also something similar in Vietnam. So there have been many demarcation lines and demilitarized zones in many parts of the world. But nowadays, the DMZ has become more of a symbol of division because it has been in place for more than 70 years. And there have been very limited civilian activities in the DMZ, and that is why the DMZ on the Korean Peninsula has become very unique. Now let's take a look at the status of the international status of this armistice agreement, but we need more research on this topic. This is what the DMZ looks like on this map. The green line represents the DMZ, and we have the civilian control area and also the surrounding border areas. So overall, along this demarcation line, there are limits on civilian access and also human activities, and there have been many systems put in place for the management of this area. We need to take a look at the legal systems concerning the DMZ. I'm a lawyer, I practice law, so we need to discuss and we need to understand the legal aspects of the DMZ. This is actually only pertaining to the southern part, but we have the DMZ and the surrounding areas, and these are managed and controlled by separate laws. As for the DMZ itself, or the demilitarized zone, this is governed by the Armistice Treaty, and we have the southern part and the northern part. In Korea, do we have a law governing the DMZ? It is actually there's nothing, there's a blank. So this is what I'm going to be discussing later, but as for the DMZ, within the Korean legal system, we only have the Act on Natural Environment Protection. And we have other laws related to the surrounding areas, especially the Border Area Protection Special Act and the Border Area Protection related legislations in place. But as for the DMZ itself, we have some relevance in the Natural Environment Protection Act. And according to this act, this law will be applied to the DMZ for 2 years after the authority is returned to the Republic of Korea. But as of today, the Republic of Korea does not have authority over the DMZ, so this act is not applicable as is right now. That is why I said there's no law that governs the DMZ in Korea. There have been many initiatives regarding the DMZ. There is something called the Green Détente, and there were also other previous initiatives starting from the 1980s. You may approach the DMZ from industrial development perspectives or perspectives of human development or ecological conservation, but still you can see that there have been many DMZ initiatives. And I believe that there's something in common that we all wanted to promote peace utilizing the DMZ. And here, what you see on the slide is the initiative proposed by the Moon administration. But during the Park Geun-hye administration, there was a proposal to create a peace park inside the DMZ. So in the past, we have had many initiatives for the DMZ. And I believe that these initiatives were well intended. And these were all good ideas. And if they became reality, it would have been wonderful. If I had time, I would be able to elaborate more on that. But I was actually involved in an attempt to create a conservation area or peace village inside the DMZ proposed by the Gangwon province. And I was involved in the legal review of such proposals. There have been a lot of good initiatives proposed, but why were these initiatives not realized? It was actually partly because of the armistice agreement itself. As I mentioned before, there's no Korean law that governs the DMZ directly. And it is because of the limitations of the armistice treaty. There is an impact coming from this agreement. The armistice agreement, whether this is a treaty or not, there's some legal dispute over the status of the armistice agreement, but this is indeed an international agreement, and this agreement is, in fact, the law or the agreement that governs the DMZ. Now, this armistice agreement is in place, but when this was agreed, nobody thought that this would go on for more than 70 years, but it's been more than 7 decades. And there are about 60 articles in the agreement. So these articles are not comprehensive. The goal or the objective of this agreement was to cease fire. So it was all about ceasing the military conflict. But this armistice agreement has been in place for much more than what was imagined back in the 1950s. So there are a lot of legal limitations, even though this agreement is the beginning of the legal framework that governs the DMZ. So you need to review the characteristics of the armistice treaty, and you need to think about whether Korea was a signed party to this agreement or not, and whether this armistice agreement is still effective according to international law. And the term peaceful use in the DMZ or peaceful use of the DMZ, when we try to promote peaceful use of the DMZ, how much of an authority can be assigned to the Republic of Korea? So there are multiple interpretations, potential interpretations of the armistice agreement that we need to take into account, whether the Republic of Korea is a party to this agreement or not. Actually, by law, we are not an agreed party. It is the North Korean and the Chinese commander. But if you look at the interpretations of the legal scholars, the Republic of Korea is a de facto party to this agreement. But when it comes to the construction of the meaning and the interpretation, they may vary. And also the question of whether this armistice agreement is still effective or not. It is very limited, and there are some shortcomings and flaws that may not be able to govern many aspects of the DMZ that are relevant today. So the question of whether this armistice treaty is effective for the DMZ or not, this is a big question that we need to consider. But the agreement itself can be revised or can be replaced by an appropriate agreement for peaceful settlement. So there is a provision inside the armistice treaty where an appropriate agreement for a peaceful settlement can replace the armistice treaty. So inside this agreement, there are some provisions about supervising committee and other organization for governance. These have not been applied. Then what will be an international order or an agreement that can replace the Armistice Treaty? This is something that we need to study further. Also, whether we can promote peaceful use of the DMZ according to the truce agreement, this is something that we need to consider. When the Armistice Treaty was agreed, it was basically aimed at suspending all hostile activities and demilitarize the area. So at that time, there was an emphasis on the peaceful promotion or peaceful management of the DMZ. However, other than suspending military activities and hostile activities, can the other types of activities be allowed for the DMZ? There is a lack of interpretation because it is related to the definition of non-hostile activities, definition of military activities. These definitions need to be clearly agreed. But let's say that permanent conservation of the DMZ and ecology, this can be interpreted as peaceful use of the DMZ. But inside the Armistice Treaty, the UN commander will be in charge of civilian activities. And also, there is an issue of access limit. As you may know, the UN command has authority over access control. So even if we say that we can promote peaceful use of the DMZ, there's a limit as to gaining access to the DMZ, which is making it very difficult to carry out programs and activities in the DMZ. In 2020, the legislation on the conservation and peaceful use of the DMZ, which was tabled by lawmaker Chun Hae-chul, and there was discussion on this piece of legislation, and there was an attempt to legislate this, but because of the constrained inter-Korean relations, no progress has been made. And in Korea, there have been some attempts to create a legislative framework for the DMZ, and I believe that these were positive initiatives. But I think we need to consider different perspectives. I think that the National Assembly and the Korean government may push forward with legislation concerning the DMZ for ecological conservation. And also, there may be some legal controversies and issues given the domestic legal framework, because if we want to turn the DMZ into a peace zone, then we need to deal with land ownership issues inside the DMZ. We need to put in place some mechanism to settle any disputes over land ownerships. You may think that more than 7 decades have passed, so we may not have much of such dispute. But legally speaking, there may be disputes over land ownership inside the DMZ, and also if we are to pursue land expropriation, then you not only need a special act on the DMZ, but also you need to review and revise the law governing the land ownership and property rights. I don't have much time left, but this is a case study that we took a review. This was an idea to create an international tourism zone in the DMZ. If you consider the DMZ as a single place for the movement of goods and people and wildlife, what would you need? We conducted a review on this, but in order for that kind of program to become sustainable, you need to think about immigration, you need to think about land use and access control. There were so many issues, complicated issues, and there was some review on whether such an initiative could be carried out sustainably with North Korea. So you may refer to my slides for more detail. But in conclusion, We have the Armistice Treaty that governs the DMZ. That is an international agreement. And at the same time, we have the two states, so to speak. But by law, we are not separate states because we ultimately want to unify with North Korea. So these are complicated definitions that may come into conflict. And also, if there's this Korean government and the North Korean government, how are we going to address the sovereignty issues? I believe that there is many complicated legal issues that we need to consider when we want to use the DMZ for ecological or for other purposes. We need a comprehensive review, legal review, and I believe that we need an international agreement that can replace the Armistice Treaty. So that's one point. And secondly, we need a peaceful agreement between the two Koreas. But this is not enough. We need more because we need to make sure that such an inter-Korean agreement is irreversible and is enforceable. And to do so, we need the support from the international community and support from the peoples of both Koreas. So we need both an international agreement and agreement between the two Koreas. And further down the road, we need separate legislation both in Korea and in South Korea so that we can have a fully functioning legal framework that can govern our operations in the DMZ. And this will require a completely new approach. With that, I'd like to wrap up my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you. I wish we had more time for the session because there's a lot more we can discuss. This is a very important topic. I hope that we will find other opportunities to engage in this discussion.
Through this session, we talked about green détente as well as various situations surrounding the Korean Peninsula. So we did intervene too much on the part of human beings, and now we are changing the scene, and that is why we call this era the Anthropocene. But if we take a look at climate crisis and peace, we have a trilateral format. It seems that we need to engage the participation of all species, and we have to deal with the emotions of citizens by moving towards biocracy, which is a new form of democracy. Professor Konstantinos talked about Cyprus, and we talked about the definition of justice from the traditional aspect and from the environmental aspect. Director Chung Woo-shi talked about how we always exclude military activities from carbon emissions. And so by reducing military activities on the Korean Peninsula, we can bring together the agenda of green détente by reducing military activities along with carbon emissions. We also heard from Ms. Lee Young-ju. She only had a short amount of time, but a very rich discussion indeed. We need to make sure that according to international order and taking into consideration the situation on the Korean Peninsula, we need to create a peaceful ecosystem in the DMZ. So it seems that we're just getting the dialogue started, but we are out of time. And it seems that we are starting to have questions and food for thought, but we need to conclude here. Thank you very much to all of our participants and our 4 speakers. Thank you to our audience. We look forward to this topic continuing to be discussed well into the future. Thank you very much.